we have quite a number of other leaders who have come. Tony Ilwobe means I don't do bad. And in fact, once you have joined APC, all your sins are forgiven.
To separate us and divide us by creating part of our sisters, brothers into and nursing them into other states that we have nothing in common with, in order to isolate us and make us minority, has been a plan, a plot in order to properly govern, exploit, and take advantage of our intellectual properties. Okay. And as well, our geographical uh, deposit of resources, in whichever way you look at it. Places where there is dispute, where there are plans to impose kings or send kings to announce into another state, understand that we need to conduct a proper geological um, analysis on those places. There must be mineral resources there. And apart from that, we should have proper defense of wherever our foothold has been for years and place our signs of landmarks and boundary there, defend it. And we have to use this power that we are coming up with to trace our brothers wherever they are found all over Southeast, be it in Benue, anywhere. We must unite with our blood, our people, our root, because they are suffering. Their people are being killed and no one speaks for them. They are passing through hell. No one will dare come to their rescue. We must defend our brothers because the Fulanis are killing them, the Muslims are killing them. Other people who has no blood relativeness or relationship with our people are killing them, taking over their ancestral lands, and nothing will happen until we defend our own. Just like Burkina Faso is defending the people and has gotten the support of the world by the push of what we are in. And by the way, we should have a common purpose, and upon that common purpose, we can achieve our collective freedom. Until we are collectively free, we shouldn't jubilate because we are not free. When one of us is hurt, we are all hurt. And when they succeed, they will come after you, and after you, someone else. So we must break free and stop all this mess. The history that was read by our brother was not written by us. Those were the things that we are meant to believe. We must go back to the grassroots, make our findings, dig deeper to find out what is past. Why is it that our brothers are afraid to come out to declare their evilness? Something went wrong, and whatever it is should be abolished, and we should restore our fellow brothers and sisters' dignity and integrity, give them hope to believe in themselves, and restore our youth from 18 up to 40 years. We have the youth. We can sensitize them in whichever way. I think those who are doing People Unite are doing good jobs, and as well the kings should use their voices to you know, find out who are the traitors. Because whatever happened to us has been a traitor, a group of traitors taking advantage in the name of politics and other things that we do not know what was their motivations to maintain some certain people under this subjugation that we need to break free from. Because without all these things being settled, we are not going to know a very comprehensive or important book. So, I will have my mic here for other speakers. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Very important points that you made. And I just would have to say this, just on those points, our people in those states are actually facing a lot of challenges. a lot. One of our brothers here said earlier that he doesn't claim Edo State as his state of origin. He has to put it as his state. And I can tell you for a fact that the majority of our people in Edo State claim Delta as a state of origin. That's absolutely true. Because you go to get the state of origin, they try to change your name. And you see what happens as well. That when you see somebody that has, let's say, ancestors, they say, oh, but this Azua is not Ika. That person has changed their name. They change their name for whatever benefit they get. And then the expansionists now capitalize on that. Oh, these people, this person, what about this person that is Osazua, that is in the do, or is in the Igbanke? You see, there are many people in Igbanke. There are changing the name because you can't get positions, you can't get to politics. There's never been any Igbanke person as a governor. There's never been a Igbanke person. I hear as a local government chairman, that's what I'm hearing. Maybe you can correct me if I'm not right. Igbanke people don't hold positions. So now you look at it, that, okay, and it's not just Igbanke. One of the Igbanke is the biggest, is the one that they hear about. Other communities people don't hear about. So maybe before I move, in this team, I'm going to just read out Igba communities in the so just bear with me. Where do you go next after me? If you're hearing? All right. So let's start. Okay, so I mentioned Owaruzo earlier. That is, like, according to you guys know what it means. Anybody in Southeast hear what that means? Anima to hear it. Owaruzo means, as I said earlier, Owa, which is wise people, clans. Owaruzo, so that's on the road. Owaruzo Idu, actually, that's the full name. Okay, that one has been changed to Evaponusa. I have another community called Iru, which has had an additional name. Before it was Iru on its own. It is now Iru Egbede. Egbede. That sounds like Benin to me. There's another one called Ohezenaka, which I think there's a new. I don't know which one is before that. Okay, no, sorry. So it's part of Ogbeka community. Ohezenaka or Ute Oheze, also part of Ogbeka. There's another one called Ute Obagi. There's Ogan. There's Ohada. I think maybe you were saying something about Ohada earlier. Whether the name has been changed or so, not sure. Okada or Ohada. And there's Ogbahu. Okay, that's in Igbanke. That's fine. Ogbahu is in Igbanke. You have also Ota in Igbanke. Okay. I'll read the Igbanke's one now. Omolua. I think that I don't know why it's called Omolua now, but it was Omolua, I believe. Is Igbanke too. There's Igbanto in Igbanke. There's Idemiru in Igbanke, which is related to the Iru we spoke about earlier. So Iru is a different place, village. There's also a clan of Iru in Igbanke called Idemiru. And then you have Olige, um, Ake, Igbanke, Ota. Okay. There's another one. Although some people say Echo, Ha, but I understand that it's dual. They're bilingual. So I'm not sure I can really say that that's Fulika community. Someone can correct me. And then we have Igbogili. I believe Igbogili's boundary between Delta and Edo. That one's on my list again. I think that's the main ones. Let me see if there's another one I'm missing out. Just bear with me. Yeah, that's one of my list. So, maybe do you have any on your list that is missing from what I said.
And on what you said, that's the reason why my friend is saying that it can't have too many to stand on their own.
Yes, that's what I was going to say to you. That Ika is a lot. Ika is a lot. In fact, Ika in Edo State can form a whole local government. It's actually quite huge. And when you look at the map, so for those who don't have, who have not seen the map, just go to Google Earth. Those communities I've just listed out here, and you see their positions. You will see that they actually are close. You can actually draw a line between them into Delta State. Literally, you can do a boundary adjustment and put all of those communities into, like, they're not scattered. They're not into like the Benin areas. Some of them are boundary towards Benin. Yes, are boundary, but you
Yeah,
see most of them you can
yeah,
actually
I
draw.
understand. I think we captured in our proposal we submitted last year in
Okay,
the
okay.
National Assembly, but
Mm.
because they are not spread out and they are not, um, can I say they are silent? Maybe that's why.
They are silent, but the thing is, because this Babenosa, why I'm a little bit concerned. When I look
Yes.
at, if you go and research the communities that had notice suspended, Babenosa is one of them, and that community has had their name changed. So there's a lot
Yeah,
of
because
stuff.
what you call now is not properly Igbo word. It's
Which
a
one?
coin.
Babenosa.
Yes,
No,
it's a
that's a
mix.
Benin word.
So
The previous name, it was Owariuzo. That's an Ikan
Owariuso,
name.
okay. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's an Igbo word.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Owariuzo. That is on the road. Owa. Because we have so many Owas now in the car.
Yes, we know
Uh-huh.
Owa.
You
Down
can,
to
oh,
Enugu State, we have
ex,
Owa.
uh-huh. Owa is more one. There's even Owa in Delta. There's so many Owas. Okay. Or, what's the other one say? One time. There's a list of them. So, but this one is a Warriors Zone. Like on the way, is all on the way. That's what it is. But
Yeah,
now
just
they've
like
been changed. Igu,
Obunuzo.
Inuzo.
Yeah.
Exactly.
According to location and locations.
Locations, yes, very well,
So,
very well. Yes, so it's on the way. That's
mm,
what it's a way to. I think it's Warriors Zone do or something like that. That's the original name. But now it has been changed to Benosa. And that community leader, Enoge, has been suspended. Only God knows why they're on the list. Of course, we all know why. Mostly because of they say that I mean the Chinese council say that they're rebelling. I don't know what kind of rebellion that is, but only God knows. So we need to reach out to these communities um, and find out what's going what's going on. Most important thing is a lot of them are silent, are afraid. There's a lot of fear in there. So, sometimes even if you go there, what I'm hearing that sometimes because they are afraid, they're not speaking up. But the thing is, and they want their person to die, you know, because if you're constantly not, you're constantly marginalized, some of these communities are actually poor. They don't have good roads. In fact, they don't even have schools. The schools are done by the community people themselves. There's little government presence there. So you now begin to wonder, okay, so you're hiding and you're not speaking out, but
that's
you're marginalized.
that has been the reason why I'm speaking out, because after that we have denied not to people, we are not still benefiting
We're
anything.
not getting anything from that.
So why should I keep saying I'm not? Meanwhile, the person that said he is even enjoying more than me.
But the reason why they want to speak is so that they continue to take those steps.
Exactly.
The problem now is that
Exactly.
once they change the name and you say Ewa Brunos or back, they have put Oba in that name. That means say Oba nine get that land. So you see now, that means that the Oba, that name means when they change names like that, means that they have put a stamp, an Oba stamp there, you know. Another one that concerns Iru Egede is now having a Benin name on top of that. One day they will now remove Iru
that's
and
exactly
change it to
what
Edo.
that's exactly the vision of our brother in Agbo is doing, changing the title, changing the histories of Agbo people. One day it will also get to the remain Agbo town. You
Who is
people will
that you're
know.
talking about?
Name of Agbo, now am I speaking in tongues? I'm not speaking in foreign, I'm calling right. He's a brother because he's a brother that wants to sell out
Oh,
stars.
wow.
Because I don't see the reason why today he wants to sit down. He said that he will sit down and subject his own people to serve him like they sit down like his servant. It's
That
not
was not in our culture before.
it's
I
not in
don't.
our culture anywhere in Igbo land or even in Agua State. So these are systematic. That's why civilization are systematically carried out. Imagine someone changing your village over your face because you are afraid, and yet you can't speak up. And changing the name does not benefit you. Now that we are asking people, whatever you call it, but nothing you call it. You are not having a good life, you are not having a good road. If Fulani still come, still keep you, insecurity is there, no school presence, no government this thing, and at the end of the day, you deny you are not Igbo, they still deny your vote to make you deny you are Igbo. So that's when people like me are thinking of, because when I go to my village, Anchuko is even better to compare with some of my Anyama people who are denying their Igbo-ness. You find out that you are the one who is denying, like Asaba denying Igbo, but Asaba is doing better. Opanam is doing better, maybe because they are capital. But you that is interior, you are not Igbo, as if that will make you survive. You have still been marginalized, subdued, subjected to the zero level. So I think it's hard time we speak up. Somebody needs to visit those places. I would have loved to do so and see what is their problem, bring it to the forefront, let the world know what is going on. But let's fight this because I know that
Yeah,
this
no,
thing,
Igbanke, I think that's because let us not to extend ourselves.
yes,
We can only do one at a time.
I want
But
to
of
start
course,
people in the bank here. I think we give them the privilege of the confidence to step out of their hiding zones and start speaking up. So let's get to it.
but,
But I
but
know we have cited some of these community. And you know, this one we are fighting because though, when you go to Kogi State, there are over 700 villages there that are Igbo speaking that have been merged into a gala and all that. And when you go to Benue, you see them merged into Idoma and other districts. So it is something that's systematically done against Indigo. And it's funny enough because Igbos know this truth. The Igbos of South know this truth as oh, but they can't do it. What they do is start tagging them as GOP, terrorists, they always grabbing.
but the
So,
thing is, the people who are dominating and stealing land are the ones accusing others.
of
That's the
course,
thing.
now that's what
Because
black.
look at what happened before.
I'm hearing you,
Uh, Look at what happened now. See, so my brothers and sisters have been denying their identity. Somebody else, a stranger, has come and told you that you are no more. In fact, I'm looking at them and I just did laugh. I can't just look at myself far wide and or we have community anyway. Let me not even see. We need to share those letters to every single community, every single. That one is my message. We must reach as many as possible. And the message is that for someone who's a stranger to you, coming to tell you that your identity no longer exists, that in fact, the reason why you speak your language is because you're close to those in Delta States, right? To the kind of Delta State, it's a big slap. But the reason why is because we chose, because while we're supposed to be fighting for our rights, we're busy changing our names. We're busy claiming Delta as our state of origin because of, we can't claim it. A lot of what we're told. Oh, if you go there, they'll say, oh, there's no Inca in this in Edo, so you can't change your. And then when you change your name, you now use that and say, okay, these are our people. So you heard what was played in that audio. If you have considered that audio, he said that the other of Benin has not even come to his community since he's 60 years. He's almost 60 as the spokesman for Igbanke. The same Oba of Benin that is claiming Igbanke and saying that Igbanke people came from Benin City. I don't know how big that city is because when I pass there, it doesn't take me 1.5 hours or 1 hour if I will cross that city. I don't know when that Benin city that, is saying or the traditional council is saying that Igbanke people are just false, right? Now he's saying that, but he's never been to that community. He's never been there, you know. So how do you go and change community names? You install your princes or whatever. You change the structure of leadership that is there, which originally most of them, those that don't have the kingship structure from time, have the upper system. You change those things and install your Onogi. Then you now suspend the Onogi. Like I don't understand. I really don't get it. Okay, so that's why we need to do some work for those of
Yeah,
us that are.
can I say something?
Have,
Please, sorry, bear with me. I have some idea to ask you. For us not to uh, endanger some persons because we do not know. I suppose that there are people who dared to voice out in those places and they were unalive, being the reason why they are under threat to voice out and ended up shying away and hiding their identity. A lot had dared in the past. You will give me this result later on. In those places to voice out and they were unalive. Now, if you want to approach them, I'm only saying that we can now make friends with the people who are indigenous, who we have given birth in those places, the school there, they grew there, and now they are knowledgeable enough to voice out that we relate to them and bring them to the space and let them know that it is for their good. And at a point, we have to now let them know that the youth should now go to their Igwes and their elders to demand them the reason why they were betrayed. Okay? This is very, very important because the problem is that the elders betrayed them. Hello? Am I?
yeah, we
Yes,
can hear
yes,
you.
we
We
are
can hear
clearly,
you.
clearly, we are clear.
We can hear you. Are you done? Okay, can't hear
Yeah,
him anymore.
yeah,
Orderly.
yeah. Their elders, their kings, whosoever that is in charge, their fathers denied them the truth about their originality. And now we, the youth of today, we must take it upon ourselves to dig things out, but approaching those places and those people with intelligence and with caution. We don't go there with videos, we don't post them on social medias. We have to approach them individually and now tell them what we are interested on. Anyone that is a volunteer now can bring us here, we will educate him, and he will end up giving us the information, and we balance the proper knowledge, and then the findings will be a personal discovery of his or her specific identity. Then it will be a taking back of information to the youth of those villages, telling them that you know about this thing and this thing. Thank God we have Google Earth maps. Thank God we have geographics on the net. So you ask them, what about that? We give them tips on how to go about it until we get the people, indigenous persons of those localities on the net. Then we now have to educate them on the net instead of going to their village where they will be unalived. By so doing, their kingdoms will be taken unaware and they will be exposed to the point that they have nothing to hide anymore. Their kings will now open up as the Igbanke ended up coming out to say that we are Igbos because they don't hide anymore. So this is what I have to suggest. Thank you very much.
Darling, can I speak?
Thank you. One second. Thank you so much. University, are you there? You keep raising your hand. I don't know if you're there. Okay, Jerry, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So I know this is an Igbanke space, and well, obviously for now, Igbanke is in Edo State, and I am from Edo State, and I'm also from Delta State. I am Eastern, and I am partly Urobo. So I've been listening to the um, whole conversation. I've listened to everything. I grew up partly in Delta State, and I grew up also in Edo State. I lived in Edo State and also lived in Delta State, especially in Delta Central and in Delta North. I was blessed by God to transfer from Asaba to the different Olonas, Onichas, Olona, Onichubo, Iseluku, even as far to Net Village, Imujubuku,
One
which,
second, oh, one
yeah,
second. Why are you going up and down to those places?
oh, because I travel a lot. I travel a lot and I do business.
Oh,
Yes. So, and I think that is how we've been moving for a very long time before this whole state creation came up. People could move from Agbo and move to places where you call Edo State today and do farming and go back. And it happened everywhere. People could move from Ewuhimi in Eastern Southeast and go have farm in close to Igmujo Ibuka, where you have in Delta State, and return. It was vice versa. People have always been moving. And there's no doubt that when you go to a bank, that you find these traces of people who have moved over time from one place to another place and have settled there and have lived there for their whole lives. So you have people who have, because Igbanke is much more closer to Agbo than it is even closer to Benin. The distance from Igbanke to Agbo is very, 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 very short compared to Benin. So you would definitely have more Agbo people or more Ika stock of people in Igbanke than you have from the nearest Benin village to Igbanke. In fact, there are more infants in Igbanke than you have more Benin in Igbanke. And I'll make reference to a video that I saw on YouTube that T-Tribe is one of the unified Igbo proponents. He left River State and he went to Ekpo in Esa, in Igwebe, in a village called Ikeduma. And he was asking the people there what language do they speak. They told him they speak Esa and Ika, that they are bilingual. The name of this village, this is Ikeduma. They told the tribes that this community, our father is from Ekuma and our mother is from Ika, but yet the tribe was still trying to push the narrative that these people are Igbo people. And the man told him that no, we speak the two languages because our father is from Ekuma and our mother is from Ika. Because people have always been moving. So
okay.
now,
No, no, no.
excuse me, I'm talking about Ekuma
Okay, go ahead.
now. It's because some people are now bringing it up now that Ekmo is an speaking community and
Okay.
Ekmo is part. Excuse me,
So,
I'm
so,
coming.
Did you hear that here? Did you
Jer-
hear that here?
but
Of course,
Jerry,
some you. Of course, I've seen it.
you made
No,
mention of it, even though you were
I
not sure
said,
about. Yes.
Oga, wait.
Okay.
I
Okay.
recognize what you said, that is bilingual. Exactly what I said.
Exactly
That
what
so
exactly
what
what
is the
Linda
issue?
said.
What's
Hello.
the issue?
I'm still talking, right? I'm coming up, right?
Okay.
Now, the reason why ECMO is bilingual is because, as I said, people have been moving right from. I don't have any issues with what the Igbanke people identify. For during my time growing up in Benin, I had Ika friends, and one of them, his name was Igedewere. I knew him as coming from Igbanke, but I just knew that he was Ika. That's what I knew him to be as Ika. So if the people in Igbanke wake up today and say that they are Ika Igbo, I'm fine with it. I don't have problem with it. I think, funny enough, people just feel that the average Benin man is thinking that he feels that Igbanke people are Benin, they want to claim Igbanke land. Like the person spoke about, Oba has never been to Igbanke land. The people who are the Enogios in Igbanke are the same indigenous who have been living there for their whole life. They were suspended for something else entirely. People need to really understand the politics that is going on in this. They were suspended for something entirely different, and it is not even related to being whether they were say they are Igbo or they are not. It has nothing to do with that. Their
Jerry, no
suspension,
vex.
excuse
What
me,
do you
No,
excuse
let
me,
him finish. Let him
let
finish.
me,
Let
please,
him.
let me finish. I want their suspension all across the Edo South was something that had to do with the former government. It was not even an ethnic issue. Now, if the Igbanke people are crying about marginalization on the fact that they say maybe they don't have enough government attention and government presence in that place, if you go to other communities, even in the same Edo South, Benin speaking Edo South, they still lack government attention. In fact, I will tell you that Igbanke is even highly developed compared to many Benin speaking communities in Edo South. And
And whose fault is that?
that is a government fault. It is not as if it is a the Benins have ruled since democracy since 1999. The Benins have ruled Edo State for 16 years. Since 1999. 16 years. Esako, Edo North, for 8 years. Now, an Eastern person is ruling. Igbanke, Orionwo is a very big local government. It's a big, there's a place called Ebwesi in Orionwo. In that in Orionwo. Before I left there, they didn't have light. This is a Benin speaking community. In the same Edo South, they did not have light. Today, they have network issues. It's
Jerry,
that's in Orionwo.
Jerry,
So,
I don't Jerry.
yes,
I don't want
yes,
to
Deputy
I don't
Jesus, Deputy
I
Jesus,
don't want to take anything from you. Wait, calm down.
Deputy
I don't
Jesus,
want to
bros,
take
calm
anything
down.
away from you. Calm down.
Okay.
I don't want to take anything away from you. When a child speaks, the father knows, right? Do you understand? When a child speaks, the father knows where it will end. Am I right?
Deputy Jesus, you can go ahead. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
So there's nothing to beat around the bush in what you are
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
We all know where it will land, except the person that doesn't know where it will land is not trying to save himself or somebody to listen. Whether the reason why they were suspended is because of politics of yesterday, or whether it's because of land grabbing, the truth be told is this:
Yes.
you can't suspend who you do not employ,
Okay.
and you can't sack who you do not interview.
Okay.
Now, things have been piling up before now, so opportunity presented itself. If it
Okay.
is because of politics that made them suspended and they are declaring that, why didn't Obama start saying they are Benin? Why didn't he say they are suspended because of this? They didn't claim their independence, but I'm suspending them because of
Yep.
this.
Deputy
In as
Jesus.
far as we are trying to make an excuse for this, there's an excuse for that too.
Deputy Jesus.
Because
Deputy Jesus.
if I call you a thief and you are not a thief,
Deputy
you
Jesus.
will go ahead
Let me.
them.
Deputy Jesus. And you know of Kuza, right?
Oza, yes, I know.
Okay. And Oza is in which kingdom?
Which one be kingdom again?
I said Oza is in which kingdom?
The,
Asking.
this Nigeria, does Nigeria have kingdoms?
Oh,
Nigeria have states.
They want
Which
to say
Oza.
king?
Benin Kingdom. That's what
No,
he's trying to
Oza.
say.
Oza is in. Oza is in. Oza not in Agbo.
We don't
Oza,
have
me
kingdom
Oza no
here.
go.
We don't
Oza
have
no
Okay,
go
wait,
go.
wait,
Is
wait,
that
wait,
what
wait, wait.
kingdom.
There are no kingdoms. There are no kingdoms in Delta.
Which kingdom is that? Ubolo Kingdom. It's just a merry title.
Okay, wait now.
Everybody's a
Okay,
kingdom
let's
on his own.
assume. Okay,
Eh,
let's same assumption now.
mm.
Oza is under which assumption. What kingdom in Delta? Ika Edali.
Hold on now. There's two Oza. There's Oza in Edo State.
Oza no go go.
Okay, Oza no go go. Oza no go
Yes.
go is in Delta, yeah.
Yeah, in which kingdom?
Normal
See
North.
me
Delta
now.
North. Igbo,
No,
Hausa.
It's an apple.
no.
It's an apple.
I
It's in
know it's not.
Agbo.
Yes, I know. Go ahead.
What is the predominant language spoken by the people of
Speak Benin.
Oza no
Okay.
go go are bilingual.
Oh.
Abi?
Somebody else already said that they speak Benin. And they have what we call their title is called the Ogisi. Okay. The Ogisi, even though he's the traditional leader of Ozanogo community, still respect the Dane of Agbo.
Are they Ika people?
Where are they?
Are they Ika people?
Hello, excuse me, where are they?
They
Where
are
are
in
they? Where
Delta
are
State.
they?
They are in Abo. But are they Ika people?
Where are they?
I've
But
actually,
I think
I've
you
actually
you
spoken.
you
Are they
I
count
Ika
them.
think
people?
you
You
people's
count them as
problem is
Ika
that
people. You
One,
count them as
one
Ika
after the
people. Hello,
one after the other.
hello.
One
You
after
count
the
them
other.
as Ika people. You don't forget
no.
what
Jerry,
they
let me
don't
tell
count.
you for making
They don't count Ozanogo as Ika people.
yes,
You,
the
you
problem
can.
you have
I mean,
is that
we
when
don't.
we make statements, I have been
Okay.
the one telling you there's an community in the Anioma called a book community.
I know.
So when I said Anioma, never we understand this thing. I've said about Olukumi people who are Yorubas by ancestry, even though they still do our tradition, one of the lineage in everything, and they respect our inner culture and see participate in it. I think that's where the problem starts. When we say things, we are looking at the 90, 70, 80% of people doing this, but we have never, personally me, make a conclude statement that everybody in Anyoma does have the same language. You must
So
understand this.
Deputy Jesus, can you now
Yes,
from your experience now and say that everybody in the market is 100% Ika Igbo talk? Can you say
yes, I
with
can
confidence?
say that because
Now, if everybody Anyoma, according to you, your own
Anyoma is bigger than Igbanke. Leave the
hello,
fence. You don't have to
hello,
say things
hello,
that
you have the Benin people closer to Igbanke, but you have Olokunyu people who are
Okay,
far from
okay, okay, okay.
far.
Jerry,
No,
just 1 second.
you
Hold on,
people,
hold on.
you
Just
are
wait,
just
just
being
wait,
very, very
just
sentimental
wait,
with it.
just wait,
I
Jerry.
understand it, but
Jerry, you're
better late.
gonna wait now. Wait, come. I want to ask you. So you are from where? Okay, and
Yes,
are you fully
from Eastern and I'm from Edo, I'm Eastern Europe. I
okay?
am from
Okay, okay. Wait,
Eastern,
wait, wait,
yes,
wait, wait, wait,
yes.
wait. Okay, so you are from Esan. Wait, please give me the place. Where in Esan or the area?
I am from Eastern West.
Okay, Esan West. And Urobo, which part? Which
I am
place?
from Bukara.
Good. So Ogara. Does it have a mixture of people?
There are people different people, you know.
There are different people. Okay,
but
what's the wait?
You say
that's
what?
what you're
Ogara,
saying.
Ogara is
Wait
not Orobo.
now.
Ogara is not Orobo.
Wait.
That's what you're saying. If they're mixture of people, they are not Urobo.
Do
But
you
That
you
have
people.
mentioned
different? Do you have different people? There's a place in Ogara called Ajagu. There's a place
yes, we
in
have
And
Ogara called
what's the
we
Ajagu.
have one
majority?
there.
Deputy, 1 second. Jerry, what's the majority in that Ogara?
There are Orobo speaking people in Ogara.
Okay, so is Ogara and Urobo community
When
good? So the people that are other people that you tell, what tribes are they?
you have Ijaws in Ogara. You have people in Ogara.
Are they indigenous to Ogara?
that's for me to tell who is indigenous to Gara.
Oh, it's not for you to
you just
tell.
lie to yourself there, but we understand. That is the problem we are saying. That when you have a 70% population,
Wait,
that one
How are you equating state creation with indigenous land?
understand.
What is
Wait,
all
I
this?
don't understand.
What is all this
I don't understand.
exploitation?
You can.
What are you talking about?
How are you comparing states where indigenous lands of ethnic groups were annexed into states? You are comparing it
What is this Peter talking
you
about?
are equating it to
What is
states.
Peter
Think
talking
that-
about?
What are you talking about
Okay, guys,
yourself? What are you talking
One
about?
second, one second.
What are you
Are we
talking
talking
about?
of
President?
Igbanke?
Whatever you
Are we talking of
What are you talking about? Everybody knows where the indigenous land
Hello,
are.
hello. I am not talking about
Wait, Jerry, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Igbanke people on their own told you they are Ika. Yes, you want to euthanize them and make them something else. Because
hello,
you think
hello,
so.
hello, hello.
What's
I
the
never
problem?
said
The
I
problem
never
you
said
have with
anything.
Jerry, what
I
is
never
that
said
people?
I
And what they
never
have?
said anything about that.
All right,
and
hold
I
on,
let
what's your
this
point?
down.
How can you equate an ethnic
I
group to
never
state
said
to a
anything
state?
about that.
Jerry, what is your
What
point?
I am saying is
You
say that
elevate creation. You put it to ethnic group. What does that
what you
mean?
say?
Um, we're going to go back to Jerry to make his point. Jerry, I want to be understand. Please let everybody allow him to make his point. Where are you going with this? Because you have not hit the nail. I know Deputy Speaker was saying that, you know where he's going. A lot of people in the audience doesn't know where. Let's give him the opportunity to go to where he's going, then we'll take response. Let us not talk at the same time, because then nobody will be able to hear the audience. Okay, so what's his name again now? Jerry. Jerry, go to your where you're going conversations so people understand you better.
Okay, what I am saying is the people in Igbanke have every right to identify with what they want to identify with. However, there are also groups in that same Igbanke who also have every right to say that they don't identify with this particular group
Which group?
that these other people in Igbanke are identifying as. That's all I am saying.
Which group?
That hello, excuse me. I'm now why
Yes,
why is
let
it
him
like
finish. Then, if you want to respond to him, please just raise your hand so we can have
just
some order.
just the same way,
Jerry, go on.
just the same way you have Olukumi people who are identified, but they have Yoruba ancestry or origin, and you have Ojalu people who are in Ika who are identified generally as Ika, but they speak Edoid language and have Edo ancestry. That is the same way you have people in there are six Igbanke communities. So some of them can also identify as not being Ika Igbo, or they can identify as Ika, or they can identify as Benin, or whatever they choose. They just made the reference that the whole animal stock is not 100% Igbo. Then I'm saying that when will you not bring that same implication and say that for Igbanke, the whole of Igbanke, these autonomous communities of Igbanke, all Igbo, Ika Igbo. Come on.
This guy is that Ethel, this guy is that
No,
Olukumi
it's
guy.
not.
I know
No,
this
it's
voice.
not.
He's the one.
No,
Forget
leave
it.
him.
He's the
Leave him.
one. He's
See,
the one.
okay. So we have a to
That that is my point.
Please, I want to.
okay. Let's take it one at a time. So we go. Let me call the responses. Oh, wait one second. So Deputy Jesus, Deputy, 1 second. Let me
Quick
just take
one.
the list.
Let
Let me take the list.
One, orderly,
Guys,
quick one. Tell
guys,
you, the whole system in the country are on the phone. They stand on their ground. We are not shaking. We are in group. Don't come and mix anything here. Don't come and say
where
another
is
thing.
Jerry? Is Jerry still here?
Of course, I mean, I can
Okay,
listen to him.
so guys, hold on a second. Everybody, give me 1 second. 1 second. Wait, give me 1 second. 1 second. So everybody else, I want to respond after Mimi because Mimi is from it. I want Mimi and Jerry to have a conversation. Okay, Mimi, go ahead.
So this narrative Jerry is trying to push is very wrong. With the whole Igbanke,
Igbanke, we are all equal, and nobody has
Okay.
come any other thing. Otherwise, we came out, we protest together, both the whole youth came out together as one, from Ota down to Nolua, down to Igbanke, down to Idugodi, down to Ake, down to Idumuru, down to Olige, all the whole youth. Nobody has ever have any change. Say we are Benin or any other thing. Maybe if you hear that, let us know. We are all on ground. We are doing the protest together. Nobody. Don't come and say anything what you don't know here.
Um, um, there's a this your
That guy is
Secretary General
educated.
You can
IGU,
let them
the
go on.
IGU, the president of IGU, Banker Union. You know, last year that guy held a video conversation with Nnamdi, and I think his name is Osareti. He's the Banker Union president, whatever. And that guy also came out recently with their publication that they are dissociating themselves from the people who head that protest. So I'm not the one who is saying it. I'm not the one who say is someone who is a banker, who is well known, that also made that statement. I'm not the one who said it. But you are not accusing me that I was the one who said it.
But did he say that they are Benin? Did he say they are Benin?
No,
Authority is the task.
no,
Can you just imagine?
Okay, okay.
What was my
Who
statement?
even
All
made
right.
you a spokesperson for them? Let's take it one at a time. So Mimi, do you want to respond to what you just said? Guys, hold on now.
Don't worry. Oh yeah, Mike,
Okay, Jerry, you need
Mike.
to allow people to respond to you. Let me
Wait,
give you
I'm coming.
a
I mentioned the person's name. I quoted the source that I quoted, and he's accusing me that I'm the one who said it.
you came on this stage and you said something now. So people will have to it's you that they are seeing. Do you understand? Okay, now
Who's the
let's
next person? Yeah.
let's go to what's it called? Deputy.
Let me
After
Okay,
deputy time.
Jerry, you know I told you I don't go war. Okay. They know the tell person say wait you won't talk. Now wait talk. Now they tell. Even if I have something to say and you said it before me, I can deny it's not true. You see, you just implicated yourself by saying you are speaking for them that they say they are not. You see, the honest truth is this, yeah? You guys are being paid and you don't want to accept that the pain is hitting you badly. People have come out to say they are not identifying with you. So I think if you accept this truth, that's why they say truth set you free. You'll be free yourself from the pain and start seeing issues from another angle. Now listen very carefully before you say what I did not say. You think what I'm saying is different from what you're hearing. Because if you are thinking different, what I'll be saying will be something different from what you are hearing. Your ear be a different thing your head is telling you when I'm saying a different thing. Azuka is already a representative in Ohanese youth from Bonto. The guy has been voted as a secretary in Ohanese youth. Ohanese Ndi Igbo. In February this year. Calm down now, calm down now. You have been since now, calm down. So they will not see anybody.
You
You know,
don't
I
know
told you I
him.
know where. I know. You know, I told you I know where you're going to. So calm down.
Okay.
This thing is what people are doing. Like, but you will come and say, "I am this, I am that." If people say they are not, allow others that say they are Igbo to be who they are, or those that say they are not Igbo, allow them to be who they are. That's how Igbo say it until nobody says that everybody there is not Igbo. Because we are saying this thing now. Okay, what of the people that say they are Igbo? Would never allow them to practice their Igbo culture then? Now that he's saying they don't have they don't have right, they need to obey him. Because you are forcing them to be Igbo, or forcing everybody there to be Igbo. Meanwhile, you are people there are forcing everybody to be Benin. When the people who are there telling you we are Igbos. You see, I told you that I know where you're going to. This psychology will not work in the first century. It's what is good for the good is also good. See, you once you understand this, it makes sense. And that's why truth is very keen in message I preach. And I state it here. I've
Never. I've been the one. Kakanda tribe in Anambra, and I know you don't know what is Kakanda. You might not have heard them before. There are Kakanda in those states, and I know you don't know where they are located. There are a tribe called Kakanda. They're even not existing as much as you think. They are just in different places. Just as you explained, that people move. There's a time people are moving to dominate places. There was a time like that. The Kakanas can be found in Niger State, in Kogi, in Anambra. They can be found in Edo. But the truth is that when a majority of that place is above 70, 80, 90, the minor is nowhere to be found. You must understand this. The market completely, not just because we are saying 100% completely, and 90%, 95% Igbo. So you can't take the 5% into consideration that they are not Igbo. Look at the other places that look for today. Nobody is dragging people with those people. If they don't come and they are gone. Let me give you an example. In Isoko, even Delta State recognize their language as people. Isoko tribe, say yourself if you grew up in some Delta, the African people come and play the man. Their God is Abuti. Igbo words. I'm telling you what you can verify. So if I use those things to make this
Jerry, you have to wait. You have to wait, Jerry.
Okay.
if I use those things to checkmate the Isoko people, I can be calling them people. Because if I go there, there's some people that speak Igbo to me and they are really Isoko. But Pluto, things has moved them to become Isoko tribe. We leave them like that. Igbanke has never, whether they are mixed of Edo or Benin, has never been able to move out of Igbanke Igbo. They have never been able to move out of Igbo. Whether you think it's Igbo people that corrupt their word, they are all Benin, they corrupt their word, or there are people there declaring. There are people in my place declaring that they are not Igbo. So what will I say? Because they are saying they are not Igbo. So on Igbo now is not Igbo again. Does you understand the psychology I'm trying to tell you? There are people, I told you, I've shared a story how my father said it's not Igbo. So when I say because my father said it's not Igbo, that means my father is saying the truth. The boy you call authority, and to say such thing, but does it mean that it's not Igbo? If they put 100 million naira now to do DNA test, you will be shocked that you that even speak my even people. For you to have this kind of comparison, but you see, the same faith will not allow you to settle down and see listen beyond just arguing blindly. If a person in my village is saying it's not Igbo, then you are saying that I know will not come and say, let us allow them because they're not Igbo, and because they say they are not Igbo, let them practice the culture there. When you appear from Chubo, who is the head of Igbo, is saying that it's Igbo, then you that is saying that we are not Igbo, you are an outsider. That is a different thing we are talking here. Igbo community properly Igbo culture. But everybody know their ancestry and people respect them. But it's a difference when people say they are Igbo and you don't want to respect it because you are angry that they say they are Igbo, and then you want them to agree that some people among them are going to be practicing Benin culture. When the king, the leader, just like I think we're angry that Oba said that everybody in that place is Benin, and some of us are angry. It's still not the same thing. But in this case, they're different things because a state or a constituency does not mean that everybody there are the same. There are states in Nigeria that have multi-ethnic and tribal issues. In fact, I give the example as Bauchi. Anytime they talk about this state, Nigerians think that everybody in Bauchi are Muslim. But it will shock you. Fulani is not a tribe in Bauchi. Even today, that Fulani are claiming some part of Bauchi, but they're not originally in Bauchi. Fulani is the one ruling the state. The emir in Bauchi is a Fulani person because they came there and dominated them. Bauchi has more Christian than you think they have more. Some places in Bauchi has other tribes that you might not even think they exist. They have over 50 some ethnic groups that are not even Hausa, talkless of Fulani. But because they are in the north and they have been dominated over the time. So imagine those who stand up and start saying, we are not Fulani, we are not Hausa. People like you will go there and say, there are some people,
Why are you making an assumption? Why are you making an assumption?
they should allow them to
Jerry, now, should we allowed you?
Just
Deputy,
ask,
Deputy,
ask
round
Joseph.
up so he can respond to
I'm
you.
okay.
Then
I'm
we go
okay.
to
I
the
know
next
he
one.
heard me clearly.
Let me respond. I watch his videos a lot on YouTube. So first of all, you said they don't allow the Igbanke people to practice their culture. That's one of the allegations that you just dropped.
Yeah, I don't think he said that. Too.
Yes, he did. He did.
Deputy, did he say that?
Imposing a Nige
Okay, so yeah, so the title,
not allowing them to
Jerry,
practice their culture.
Jerry, yeah,
Yes,
Jerry, you have to be
You know, I
factual,
told you
okay?
that if you
now.
don't say what
Oh, you said it now.
no,
I'm
you
not
say what I
listening
did not say.
You said it now. That
Hey,
don't allow
Jesus
the
Christ.
that they don't allow Igbo people to practice their Igbo culture. You said it
This
now.
very
No,
guy.
he didn't say that, Jerry.
Oh, my God.
Jerry,
Can I-
small.
Let me respond.
Small.
Jesus.
Let me respond. Let me respond. So he said that
You can't, Edwin, you can't allow him to keep responding. He's going to keep elongating
I
the
know.
discussion. Let us
No,
respond to
let
what
him
he has
finish
said.
this one, and we'll
I
take
just
other
want
responses.
to respond to
He has come to monopolize this space.
We won't give him such a long time. Let's
This guy is editing. I know him very well. I know that voice. He's editing.
Okay,
That's a
Jerry, are
little
you
boy.
done?
I've not even started. I don't say anything now.
Okay,
They are not allowing
respond
me to
to Deputy. Guys, allow him to
Let me
finish.
respond to you.
Jerry, you don't even have any local standing here. You're from this. You don't
Yeah,
understand
leave
it. Don't monopolize this
Think
space.
leave him, please. Yeah. Okay, Jerry, wrap up, and then so that other people can.
Okay, let me just wrap up. Just that point that they don't allow the Igbo people to practice their Igbo culture.
No, hold on. We can't let that.
You
Wait,
just side against me.
See,
You just
can't-
side against
Jerry,
me.
we can't let you repeat that. Wait, 1 second,
You
1
just
second,
side
1 second.
against
So, Jerry, on that
Wait.
point, wait, hold on. Deputy, please respond to Jerry on that particular point and explain what you said so that he doesn't repeat it again.
You see, it's
1 minute,
said
please.
hatred will blind people's mind. See, right from the one I started making my post, I keep saying I'm an Igbo person, but what they are hearing is Biafra. You see, once your mind is beclouded with hatred, you'll be listening, but you will not be hearing. Hearing and listening are two different things. Your understanding will be sounding different from what you are hearing.
Okay, sir.
No,
Tell me, what did you
don't
say?
respond
What did
to
you
me,
say?
please. Don't respond
What
to me.
did
Don't
you
respond. Listen
I am
first.
not supposed to respond, but
Listen
Jerry,
first.
let him explain it so you can understand. You can ask him.
Listen first.
explain.
Said here that imagine they said, okay, I use my dad as an example because my father said he's not Igbo, so he's a descendant of Benin, and they allow my father to be. Would they not allow my father to practice Benin culture in my own too? When my king has already said they're all Igbos,
Okay.
does it make sense to you?
Okay, let me go back. To my response.
I know you lose the point again.
Let me go back to my response. In
Okay.
Igbanke, they practice their culture from videos I've seen by people like Records, who is from also Ika. They do carry out Iwaji, and they also do Ikwe, some do different festivals. They do their own festival. So I don't think anybody stops them or prevents them from doing celebrating their culture.
But somebody is imposing a
That's-
Nige on them.
So I from
No,
the
Jimmy,
document
please.
from the document
him
I
go
have
on.
seen, from the document that the state recognizes those rulers is Enugu. So whether the people call it Enugu or Ezi, that's also left for them. So if they want to change it to Ezi or to Obi, they can also formally write to the state government because according to the state law, it is Enugu that they are tied to. And funny enough, these same rulers were under that title as Enugu. So it's not as if maybe they just formulated it from anywhere. If you go and look at previous documents and previous videos, what you will see there is Inogi, meaning it was what was acceptable by them at that time. So it was not as if they just made it in the air. So if they have changed it, okay, fine. They can also go to the second and say, we don't want to answer Enogi again. We want to answer Obi and Eze. No problem. But to come and say that Enogi was never there or Enogi came up only in 1970s due to Obarejawa, that is also false. It's not true. Enogi has they have used their Enogi title for a very long time. Okay, that is all I want to
Okay,
to
okay,
say
think
about
tank, you're going to respond to
But
him.
I think other
okay.
people talk.
So Jerry, you're gonna have to wait now so that they can respond to you. Think tank,
Okay.
go ahead. Think tank, are you there? Think tank has dropped. Okay. Let's go to Kine and then speaker.
Thank you. So what I understand, I've been trying to really get what this guy is saying. You understand? I'm trying to get his point, even though I didn't really grasp exactly his point. But I would just say like I don't get his point, but I understand just like David was saying, just like I understand where I know what he's trying to say, which is people, or rather, just uh, the release that is the Benin, how they put it, trying to imply that the people in that space are Benin people. But that was the first remark he made. How did he even put it himself? He said they are close with the Abo people, the language got there's something like that. You see, so it's quite confusing. I don't understand how what I want to understand how okay Benin people. That's the point is what he was trying to make there. Either ancestrally, culturally, or ethnically Benin people. So what happened? What happened over the course of time? Why did they stop being Benin people? How come they literally not identify as Benin people today? They are entitled for the kings, which they say is not gay. They have come out and have made my own findings. If you take some of the tweets I made about 2 years ago, you understand, about 2 years ago concerning the subject, when I was arguing about the title of that, it's been easy for a long time. Like when I realized this, the comment I posted from their conversation and their platform on Facebook was about 4 years. I don't even understand. Like, you could look at the comment section. What you see as date is like 4 years. And they were talking about how Enogie is alien to them. They do not know what Enogie is. They don't know what that name is. It doesn't have any meaning in the language. See, like, what they know is Obi. And today, that particular fact has been proven. It's not like something. So, I want to understand that guy's point. Like, okay, if he's trying to say they were ethnically or ancestrally Benin, because the point, what he was trying to imply was that he supports or he doesn't mind or doesn't really care what that is. So you can see it on the tone. You can see where he's headed with that. Like, they can identify as anything, regardless. They are ethnically ancestrally Benin. So I want to understand what then. How did they their Benin Enoge title become suddenly alien to them? They don't know what it means anymore. They don't speak a word in of Benin. They don't understand Benin. Any Igbanke person can tell you this for a fact.
We
According
have
to
a
how
bank people here now, so we can ask him.
Any Igbanke person, you they don't understand in Benin. When they attend local government meeting, one of them when they attend local government meeting, I quote, and I quote, say they leave the meeting more confused than when they arrived because they don't understand what they're talking. You understand? they live. That's what he said. He said they live in more confused. Yeah. How can what happened? Okay, maybe just like the BTC as the British said, okay, the people and somehow they lost their language or lost suddenly. How is that possible in Benin land? Because the parents said that the land belongs to Benin, the people are Benin people. So will the people lose their language, their culture, and everything while on their land? Can somebody explain?
Kenneth, thank you for those questions. Before we go to think, Mimi from Igbanke. So let's hear from Mimi. Mimi, what are your thoughts? Those questions you have
This question looks so half it. We have been, if you have seen longer, or we started earlier on the space, when we are seeing that all these things happening now, it is our ancestors, our forefathers that put us into this. Why then everywhere was dark, no social media, nothing, nothing. The youth were just like mumu to them. Whenever you go to the palace, they will tell you different things, they will tell you another thing. Thank God you are using your mouth to say it now that whenever they go for meeting at the palace there, they are not confused. Using any language where they don't understand, they will just come out there. Nothing. When they get to Igbanke, it's another thing they will be telling the people. So that is why when social media come up now, they started exposing all these things. All these things started coming up. We started hearing different history, different story, different narrative of how Igbanke or Igbanke come to be, existed, what it has been before. The name, the Eze, the Obi, we are answering before. Our forefather going to agreement with these people. They not change everything to Enoji. They did not start with Enoji. They did not start. They dropped their Eze. They dropped their Obi. They now take up this thing they are using now as Enoji. Who know how much bribe they collect? Who know how they threaten them? Who know what make them agree to accept that Enoji? So we don't know. The youth are not ready to know. What we know is that they will put us into this mess that we're fighting back now to resist and reject those things and go back to where we used to be, to our Igbo-ness that we used to be. So when we say we are not Benin, we mean it. And we are determined to fight it. All the rules is planning the banking. So whenever anybody is pushing narrative that there are some people that think they are this, they are that, please don't just believe them.
Let me
Thank you, Mimi.
Can
So
I reply now?
just 1 second. So I'm going to go to think tank. Then we'll come back to you, Jerry, and then we'll go to hold on. No. Then we'll go to second.
Please,
Okay. I'm gonna have order. Yeah, I don't want people to so think tank, then Jerry, then Seke. So Seke is from Igbanke. Okay. So at least we have a balanced conversation. Do think tank, go ahead.
okay, so Edelyn, please, for God's sake, don't allow this guy to localize this space by responding to each speaker. He has made his contribution. Let's move on. Please don't allow him. He's just here to disrupt this space. And this guy is Edifix. He has just changed his account name. That guy, I know
Jerry,
the voice.
are you
He's Edifix.
I
Community
don't,
media, they
I
are the
don't
disruptors.
know.
Okay, no problem. Just let me proceed with my response. Please, let's not allow him to be responding to each person. He has made his own contribution. He made the mic to another person. Please. Oh, he's saying a lot of things. That they are minority rights. Nanyoma, that Nanyoma is not. This is this same group of people. This is the same argument they've been making all this while when we started this consciousness about our Nanyoma identity and the fact that we are Igbo. Oh, that there are people that we have. Nanyoma is a mixed mash of multiple identities. The whole Nigeria is in Nanyoma. You understand? This is the argument they have been making. Confounded, illicit, unconscionable arguments that they've been making about Nanyoma, Western Igbo land. People who have a clear migration story, the Olukumi people have a clear migration story, the Igala people have a clear migration story to Igbo today. You are not telling us, and they made majority Igbo people on that land. You are not telling us that An Inyoma that is 95% people. And we accommodated, and there's a reason why a lot of people have that migration story to Western Igbo land. You recall that Western Igbo land practiced the Inri civilization. Where in Inri land, where we practice the prerogative of mercy, people who were attacked by their neighbors. Igala land was being attacked by its neighbors, by its Muslim neighbors. Benin was being attacked by the, from the north, northern flank, and also from the western flank, by their neighbors. And a lot of people came to take refuge. At some point, Oba of Benin was waging war against us in Anyoma. And all the soldiers who came in to fight us were defeated, and they were taken as prisoners of war. A lot of these people who you see, who are branding this ethnic identity, are descendants of the prisoners of war that we took, that became refugees in our land. And today they want to make the Boko minority. They want to make the Boko minority talking nonsense. We have migrants, Igbo migrants, to all parts of other parts of the United States. Ijo land, Benin land, even the complete assimilation. It's only in Western Igbo land, in Igbo land generally, where we accommodate people. We don't change identities. You need to understand these nuances. Stupid again, this guy is coming like everybody will speak to be responsible. What the hell are you? What is the understanding you have here to speak? You are Asian boy. This is an Anyoma space. This is an Igbo space. What is your business with it? What exactly is your business with what we are talking about here? Please, let's not give him any listening here. He has no local to speak about Igbanke and Anyoma matter. Please. Western Igbo land is Igbo land. Western Igbo land is Igbo land. Anybody who is a migrant, their story, the migration story. Your local people who migrated from Owo axis into that land, and they met Igbo people there. That is why we took them as refugees. Even this same Owa attacked these local people, and they came in as refugees. We took them in, and they betrayed them as concentrated. That's why they practice Igbo culture. They are migrants. Please, let us be very, very clear about it.
Can I get 1 minute?
Okay, so I'll give Jerry 1 minute.
It's me.
Okay, Jerry. Okay, sorry,
Please don't
Jerry.
give Jerry any minute. I don't want any response
Wait,
from him.
one second.
He has no local study to speak here.
Why are you giving Jerry all this?
I don't understand.
No. Somebody said 1 minute. Okay, no, sorry. Go ahead.
Most of you don't understand what this Jerry came here to do. If he's really from Esan, then you guys don't really understand the agenda he came here to push is on Ekpon. What he's trying to tell you guys is that Ekpon is Esan land. That's the point. That's the agenda he came to push. Despite his speaking that he says land, that's the agenda he was trying to push. But he was confused about how to go about it. He started missing things and sounding confused and lost. Jerry, let me tell you something. We all know some of us. I live in Delta State and I do my medical outreach mostly in Igbanke, and so whenever I want to go outside Delta State to do it and go inside all the village and community. Jerry, see, Ekmon is a fusion of Eka and Esan. Like this is how Ekmon is structured. In the upper northern, on the northern part of Ekmon, they are Esan people and they speak completely Esan language. Some of them can still speak it, but on the southern part of Ekmon, they speak completely Eka language. They don't speak anything like Esan. So I understand the agenda we want to push is that Ekmon is Esan.
Yeah,
And
even this girl of Big Brother, this former winner of Big Brother, said it on TV. She said it that she doesn't even understand why that they are purely Igbo in terms of language, and she doesn't even understand why TV. So that was when I started even thinking about even so that you're correct that
Yeah, Jimmy, it's I hit him up speaking time. Then you
sorry.
go, you go after. Yeah, go ahead.
now. So
The very first question you asked how Igbanke lost their language. That was the very first question that the first person asked. I never said that Igbanke people lost their Benin language, that the whole of Igbanke people lost their Benin language. I stated at first that people have been moving from one place to the other. And I'll give a very recent analogy. There's a place in Edo State called Otobai. Can you hear
You have 1 minute.
Okay, okay. There's a place called Otobai in Edo State. Otobai is a Benin speaking community. But there are a lot of Ika people currently farming there in that place because it's very close to Agbo also. Now, many years from now, if those Ika people that are farming there remain there and continue living there in that community, will you now come up and say that Otobaye is a Ika village or is an Ika land? Most of the people that also settled down in Ekpo, there are also people that moved maybe during trade or farming to settle in Ekpo, and that's the same thing in Igbanke. People move from Benin, people move from Esa, people move from Ika, and they all settled in Igbanke. So Igbanke
Okay.
is like a hybrid, a melting
It's a
pot.
hybrid. Okay, okay.
You're
Alpha, let me
trying,
give second.
to say hybrid.
Second.
And
Oh,
No, please. Let's allow second to respond.
what do you
Second
mean
from
by
Igbanke.
we are hybrid?
I just don't move where they did. I just understand today that some of these guys are claiming like the war started from their village. They too did not migrate to where they are today. I think many of you don't even understand what we call migration and settlement. It seems like the first man and woman that God made on the earth or first formed the earth started from their village. That's why you do not migrate. I think that's an insult you are giving to everybody. Everybody migrate. If they move to that place and start farming, we start claiming it.
No,
Because
they
we
all
want to put
migrated
a narrative
from
that we are
Benin
the ones
City.
claiming it. But you are forgetting that there are people migrating to where they are today in Asia. Are you saying that the war started from Asia? So they are there from the origin of the world. Now, if they are not the first place they everywhere made it way, where your forefathers stay today, they move there too. Everybody, including me, migrated. You must understand it. But I have accepted this part that everybody migrated, but there's a point where everybody hold the ground where he has owned has become his ancestral. There was a point where everybody stopped moving and people hold the boundaries. And that's why it's funny when people say, after people have settled down, somebody will say, one runaway prince, come and find his in the middle of the forest of the whole animal. He went to the center and found his look. So nobody goes to the boundary. And people are lying to find the place and he change the language. So people just make narrative that doesn't make sense at all. You are thinking like I don't want to use
It's okay. Okay, please, everybody. Okay, all right. So this is Sake's turn now. Sake, go ahead. Sake from Igbanke. Sake, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Igbanke Ngbidi Omokwe precisely. My brother, I don't know. You say you are from Asia, and you make a word here that Igbanke is a hybrid, founded by Asian and founded by Benin and founded by A. Now, I want to ask you a question. Why did you Benin people also say that you came from Benin? Why did your language, if Igbanke is Benin and Asian, so what removed the language of Igbanke? So what removed to language there?
Nigeria, let's make you answer. What of the two languages?
Okay, now let me quickly reply, speaker. I said that Agbo has a closer proximity to Igbanke than any other Benin speaking community. So if you have a lot of cat speaking people in that community over time, the language that will be predominant in that area will be Ika speaking, will be Ika general language.
Wait.
Okay.
Mona, let's speak to please.
There are still some communities in those states between Benin and
Now wait,
that
let me
are
ask you a
closer.
question. Wait, let me just ask you a please just a second. If your Isha founded a community in Igbanke, is there any community that is any kindred in Igbanke have Isha kindred?
Oh yeah,
Hello, bros.
Jerry.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Wait, it's not that talk. I said,
No, 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 no. No, you have to answer that question, Jerry.
of course,
Say,
I'm answering. I said that Banke is comprised of being and it can people move there.
okay, he's asking you a question
I
about
ask you a
Isha.
very simple
Isha now.
question.
Now, yeah,
Where are the kindred?
Is there any Bini kindred or Isha kindred?
call the community names in the Banke.
Do you know
So
what is
now you
kindred?
call the
Do you know
community.
what is kindred?
Yes, yes.
Do you know what is kindred? Do you know what mean?
They have six,
Let me
bros.
tell you.
Bros.
Let me
There are
let me
six communities.
Wait now,
Banke.
calm down now.
And let's call the community.
Calm down.
calm down
Igbo,
now.
they sound
Relax now.
Will you calm down? So one thing is that you people don't even want to let history. History is not by just this one moved to this place or this one moved. Let me tell you how Asian people keep their history.
okay.
History is being kept by kindred. Do you, as I just came here, I'll tell you that I'm from Ugbidi, Umuokwe, kindred. Huh? Now,
Okay.
is if, for example, there are Isha kindred, I know maybe for me, I will be seeing Isha kindred. If I see Isha kindred in a bucket, I will come out and tell you, oh, there are Isha kindred here. But me, I haven't seen Isha kindred. And you know how Isha, maybe if you are a historian, you will know how that name Isha came about. And I want to tell you, I want to tell you, you make a word, you say that Igbanke is a hybrid. Let me tell you, your Isha is a hybrid. And I want to tell you those people now. And I want, and we must expose this thing. Do you know that Eza people of Abakaliki today joined the Isha? So if you don't know it, you have to know it today. The Igala
Go ahead.
people, now, the Igala people in Obiaja, you know they are Igala.
Yeah, they are in Southeast. Southeast. Of course, I know that they are
Okay, listen now. Now, if you come in Bakel, where I came from, in a bottle precisely, I'm from Ubudi Omokwe. Now,
Hello, so you said what?
yes, in Bottle. Now, in that Ubudi, let me just teach you history. What we have is complete Igbo. Nothing like, there is nothing like this man is Isha or whatever.
Okay.
Now, we have Omokwe, which is my kindred, where my ancestral came from. We have Umu Amala. Is that Anisha? We have Umu Umu Izugidibo. Because when some of you come out, you say, oh, if there was nothing like Igbo, there was. I want to tell you that in 500 years, a man has been is the Ogidi Igbo in the Bible, and who was eliminated by the same alliance during the Portuguese era. Now, there is a man called Ezeyi. Do you know what our Asian forefather used to kept is? And they must put that easy to tell you who are the people, the founder of these places. Are you hearing me? Now, in Igbanke, we have Umuigwe, we have Umudi, and we have Umuobi. This and when you come there, you will see road. You will see the road.
This places that you mentioned, they are in Igbonto.
Yes, you will see the kindred. Now, listen. There is something that happened. The people will call. If you come to a water today, that place it is
Okay, did we lose you? I think
I
we
think
lost.
so.
So all the names with you, all the names that they are called Umu.
Okay,
So
let me even
the
add something to what
Exodus
Keke
was
said.
borderline
Now space.
Let me just add
And
something
then
to what he said.
Kingdom.
Let me just add something to what Keke is saying.
Continue talking.
So before he comes up, let me add something. Now,
wait,
there's a
first,
way
let me just
Igbo
check a
society.
second. Are you there? If not, yeah, I'll remove you from speaker and then just come back again, or I'll bring you up.
Okay, so let me just say something about Igbo societies. And this is something these guys don't understand, and they just come into any space and start pushing agenda because they don't even know the people. They don't even understand the people. Now, if you look at it in Igbo communities, wherever Igbos are, even changing of names, in recent times, you see that it is structured around Umu Onya. So even Igbo, like if you see Umunede, you see even if you go as far as River State, you will see Umu. That's what they eventually change to, of course, based on their dialect. They change it to Umu. That is how Igbo society is structured. If you go to Igbanke, those quarters are Umu this, Umu that. If you go to Agbo, you will see Umu this, Umu this, Umu then.
One second. Let me even ask this. Does he even know what okay, maybe you can say to me, does he know what umu means?
It
means the child of wait.
you don't
Okay, I'll wait first. Umu, eh? If you say umu, that is the child of what? No, if it's Ngozi or whatever, it's child of Ngozi. That's how they extend. So that's why I was asking, what is the kindred? Because you cannot have a community. We are bottom up. Yeah? We're not top down, bottom up. It starts from the unit, single unit. Mama, papa give birth to 4 children. One of the child goes to south. It's Umu, and then that one Umu, that mama and papa gives birth to 4 children. One of those children sets up a community, and it's Umu.
it's the same as water.
It's
right?
when this guy was asking you, what is
No,
the
it's not exactly
kindred?
the same.
It's not the
It
same as
becomes
As is the unit, it's the family unit.
Please, I think this guy said that a kindred and community are the same thing. That's why I'm
He
not
doesn't even understand anything.
I said
So
kindred and community are the same thing.
see, second, if you're there, just
what do you want my Wasali Igbo?
Who
You
is
know
the
what
next
I do here
person
just to push agenda.
okay. Jimmy is next. Jimmy,
So,
second, if you're in the audience, please press the mic.
like I said, Igbo communities, Igbo communities, based on that structure, that bottom-up structure of from family units up. And ị ga na-afụ ebe ọbụla enwere ndị Igbo, ị ga na-afụ ya ụmụ onye, and that is how it is structured. And when you trace it, you will see that those people are Oromo, see from a particular lineage. Now, coming to that of Igbanke. Now, other Igbo communities, even in as far as Isoko, do you know that Igbo in Isoko who are Igbo descendants? Now, but when the people have not accepted their Igbo, Igbos will leave them alone. They have acculturated and become part of Isoko. Even though in their language there's a lot of Igbo, even till today. In their language, even in their dressing. If you see them, they don't dress typically like other Isoko. Go and check what I'm saying. If you like Google Ibili people, you will see their pictures. They don't dress typically like other Isoko. And from other Igbo communities in Isoko, you will know that these people migrated. But why have Igbos left them alone? Because these people are not accepting it. They have, culturated. They have also, become part of those communities. We are a people come out like the Igbanke people, and assert what they are. Their language, their everything. See, the first time I, encountered Igbanke, I encountered it by surprise. About 10 years ago, we were traveling to the east, so we wanted to buy bushmeat. That was the first time I encountered. we had to go into a community. I was like, are we not in a those state? But everybody was speaking a language I understood. I bought, the listen in Igbo language. I saw names of individuals as Igbo names. I saw the names of individuals as Igbo names. So, how come? And they told me by themselves, not any other person. They told me that they are Igbos, in that place, but that they happen to happen carved into Edo State, but that they are Igbos. They said it by themselves about 10 years ago. This is not a new thing. A new thing. The community I can't remember the name, but the road to the King's Palace is even called Obi Road or something. The road is Obi something. Any bank of people.
The whole place is Igbo. The whole place is Igbo. It's well Igbo, everything. So, anyway, let's take it on.
Sorry. So that means that even the king recognizes himself as an OB. If you, I can't remember the name of the community, but it's an Igbanke community where we went to buy. The road going to the king's I think so. The road is called, Obis or something. About 10 years ago. So only to come on social media. You see, people can come and say anything they like, because they want an agenda. But what the truth is so strong that you cannot defeat it with an agenda. The truth is that these people are what they are. You can't change it by merely, coming out to on social media to come and draw an agenda. Oh, some people said this, some people said that, like you're trying to you understand? I don't know this idea that you must decanize some people in order for them to be in a dose state or close to be, Benin. That you must have to decanize them, change what they are. That's not the way. Even if you don't behave like that, anybody Igbo people tell you that this person is Igbo, go and chase that person. People like this thing, among Nigeria, they tell you Igbos are doing this. Let me tell you, anybody Igbo people come out and say that this person is an Igbo, go and check it. That person has roots. An Igbo person will not come and tell you that are there not other why are Igbos not telling you about them? Why are they not, coming out to say they are Igbos? Why Igbanke that over history, over time, it still recalls, no matter how no matter how the Benin Palace has tried to, change what they are. This thing keeps recurring. So please, you guys should drop this agenda. It doesn't work. It cannot even work in the 21st century. I don't know why you guys, feel that it is just this. You think they're a small community, but you cannot leave them alone. Allow people to be who they are. If tomorrow somebody says that he's not, leave them. They have not just that they are saying it. You look at their history. You look at what they speak. You look at. They are so close to be. They are closer to Benin. Yet they don't understand. See, it would have been a different thing because you are saying they lost their language, lost their culture, even though they are close. Now, it would have been that maybe they understand or speak to an extent. Maybe there is, like kind of an assimilation. Maybe they will have a bit of a cap. But it's not still that way. After so many hundreds of years, and you are coming here to tell me that these people came from Benin, but because they are close to Abo, that's why they changed. What about the communities that are close to Igbanke? Why did they not become Igbanke? Why did they not become Igbanke?
Jimmy,
Thank you, my brother. Let me just finish up
Okay, so
why don't you corrupt the here? I think
I'm coming, please.
these are the
Let me
problems
just
they have.
finish up.
okay, let's allow second before it got to second. Go ahead.
I'm sorry for the network issue, So just like as I'm saying, those people that is, we call them it was a people they marry come women. Our men they went to Isha and they marry those Isha. So every time they will be fighting these Isha people. So we just give them
Isha. So Nde Isha. Now, who speak? Who make that word? That word is being made by the indigenous people, the people that owns the land. So those people, they are just a people we just intermarriage. It's an intermarriage. Just like the same thing is applicable to Bini people, and not even Bini people that our forefathers married. Not even it is the Godomi people. When we are, let us be realistic. It is not even the. It is not that it is not even the main Bini, because the Bini is different from even the Godomi. If you have to take them by the head, but they have twisted everything. They have twisted it over there because they try to overshadow the Igodomi Godo. A lot you will hear a lot of Igbo, some like that Ohofia them, what do they call it again? These people between in the states, Ugba, Ugba people.
Oguta,
Those
Oguta,
people,
Oguta.
yeah. If you
Yeah.
trace I've read all their kindred name. If you read it, I can be giving you their meaning. I can be giving you their meaning. That is why those people then live within our land, the Igbanke land. Just like Ikwe people, they act like those people they live in that Omwigwe in Igbanke. Do you know that there are Ngbidi community in Anambra State, in Enugu, in Enugu, local government, in Imo State? Don't you know they are our brother? So if you are and the same Ngbidi where I came from, founded by a man called Okwe, you are telling me that it's a Bini community, and that my language was influenced by who? That I am a what? Hybrid.
What an insult.
You have to go
Oh
back
my
to
God.
now. Let me tell
You
you,
don't talk
Mr.
finish.
Jerry,
You don't
wait,
talk
wait.
finish, bros.
Let me tell you one thing now that you will go and make research now. In in, there is a place in a market called Ake. Ake. Ake was a son, a second son of Ezembi. Now, Ezembi, huh? He give birth to three men. One of the man go to, there was a problem. He now faced to a place in that Asia, a place now, concorded and called Asia. They are still there in that Asia land, but they are from Eka land. They are from our land. Let me tell you. So anybody that came down from that, mostly those Ogwa area in the Ekmon side, they are not from Asia. They are from, first of all, they are from Umbiri. From Umbiri, they migrated there. Before the Bini people came to that Asia area, the Umbiri people have already settled in that area.
Hello.
Go,
You see, by
go
your
and make the
Jerry, you
research.
have to wait, please.
okay.
Go and make this research that I'm telling you. Ewohimi. I'm talking about Ewohimi people. Go and make research and where did they came from? They came from Mbiri. That is the history.
Okay.
You understand? So
Bros.
you don't
No,
even
no,
talk
no,
to
please. You can mute, please.
you don't even talk to Ngbidi and Tokwa. Ngbidi, we have Eza, Umukwe, Umu Amana, Umu Ezogidigbo, Umu Eze, Umu Ozara, and you say that they are from Asia or they are from Benin. What is the meaning? Where did you hear any Benin dialect there or any Benin whatever? I heard Umwezaja again. And if you go to Umwigwe, we have Afigwe, we have Afia Ezogidigbo. Is that a Benin or is that a distance? Is that your Asia? See, you people, you don't make research and check in your own side that you people are hybrid, a people from us, not we being hybrid. It is that your side that you go and make that research and find out what I'm telling you today, that you people are hybrid. Even when there is a place again called Amaho people. I'm giving you
But
a history that you can go and check.
no, you don't claim
Wait,
now.
for me now, my brother, so that anything that I'm saying, it will be on record. Amaho people. Now, a place called Utopo, there a people they left there to go and, because when some of the Asia is like when they have problem there, we went there to go and support them from that Utopo. Now later, they now return back. Now they leave a place called Umud. That is what we call Umudi people. Now, how we know our people is that they must practice that EEG festival. Any place anything that there you see practicing that EEG, the four clans, they are all Igbo. And the other people that practice Agbala, they are they are also Igbo. That is fine. So I don't know where these few people be started coming up. Just there is something that happened. What happened? What happened is that we have problem with the Obi of Agbo then. So in that problem, he killed one man called Osifu. That was when our people, because it has now becoming a clear
Okay,
to me.
one man called who?
Osifu.
Osifu.
Mhm. Yeah. Now, maybe you will think that that name it is owned by you people, and I will give you the meaning from our dialect, and I will tell you that you people took that, maybe you people borrowed that language.
We borrow
OSI, OSI, OC,
that you
Ifo,
nourish to laugh.
Ufo,
I used to laugh because
Ifo.
person never call name. You don't think I take your own.
Mhm.
I
Now,
beg, second, go ahead.
Ifo is 0. Why OC? He came as an Ifo. So that is the name. So that is the meaning. So if you think, just like my name now, OJEI, you know the meaning. I know you people will say it's a king. Now, the real meaning why we give that name is Ojeri Nwaji, a son that comes to live. That is the real meaning in our own dialect. You understand? So we are not from your people. If you go and make research, you see that it is our people that is inside that your Ishala. So that is the history. Mostly the people that left through the Mbili Aziz, and also the people that left from us, just like in that airport. So, and even till today, there are people also that left in that Idmodi. Some people went down to a place called Oga, while some people went to a place we call Ibea to farm there. Although those one now they have Asian, some people, some Asian in the other side, while they have the Igbanke. Till today, they still maintain their language. Why have their language not twisted? Why have their language not influenced those people in Ogada? If you read that Ogada, they have Ogada meaning. Why they have Ogada Igbake? If I'm this thing I'm telling you, go and make research. If they are still speaking our language, so why their own language have not twisted? It is only we, the men, that is the men, the founder, that our language was influenced by Eka. Who founded the Eka? Have you asked yourself that question? I will tell you 100%, that it is we, the Waki, that found that Eka.
Oh, really? I bet tell me.
I'm telling you that for fact, so that we know it today. go into kindred.
He doesn't know that they actually mean the root of Igbo.
We are the root of Africa. Do you know that there was a time in a history we share children to even this immunity people. If you go there, you see Omoro. If you go, that we know our people by name, by the ancient name they kept, not by Benin. Where we used to Benin kindred. That is what I'm asking. Oba of Benin and Asian people, where we used to Benin kindred in Igbanke, where is that Benin kindred? If you can prove it and bring it out, I will give you people millions of, I will pay any money. Where is it? Because this is the tactics you people, these Benin people use in the olden during that empire. What happened is that it has come to a clear evidence to me that they planned that coup to kill that man, to kill that chief priest, in order to grab our land. That is what happened. The Benin people, yeah.
But you said it's Abia King that killed those people.
Yes, he's the one that killed him. Because now, for me, from what I'm seeing now, it's a kind of something of pride for the Obi of Agbo then to have pride, because the man the Obi of Agbo then have a problem with the man. So he already have a breach with the man. So that was what happened. So it is like the Benin people might have, the Obi of Agbo, maybe they will tell him, well, they eliminate him. If you do that, they will run and contact. Remember that time the British was there in the beginning. So not that our people, the reason why our people went there is because of those British, not because of the Benin. So if there is nothing like British, our people could not have went there, because the Benin people have already acquired weapons from even during the Portuguese. You remember what happened? How they killed, Benin people, they will not take the good one we do for them. Even when the environment, he ran to that our community before he before he ran back again, and before then capture him and took him to Calabar. You people, they will not tell the good. It is just they will always be telling the if they do the one only one they will do for you, oh yeah, they will record you just for land grabbing. That is what you people are, that is what they are doing. It is the gods in that land that is speaking. And the people that was late cause during the Biafran war, that was how they were killing our people in that Benin. If the upper of Benin don't know, let him know it today. The evil he has been committing has been over. We are not from Benin. We are the real ancient Igbo people. Let me tell you that if you don't know it, you have to know it. And there is no time. What we have is Obi. We have Obi. If you reach now, you see Imobi and Eze. Obi Rieze or Eze Riobi. So it is that Onoge. If you ask me now, what is the meaning of Onoge? I don't even know it. There are some people, because of politics, they will bear Benin name just for them to be relevant in the government. Just like this guy now that is chairman. If you watch his name is Osareme. If I bring out his lineage now, yeah, he's from his father is from Ugbudi. So even if he do everything finish, if he come down, I will still tell him, this is where you came from. You came from Ugbudi, Mwaja. So any people that left in our land, we know where they came from. We know the kindred they came from. They didn't come from the kindred of they didn't come from the kindred of Oba Ozolowa. They didn't come from the kindred of Varome. They didn't come from the kindred of their name. What I in fact, so it is over.
Thank you
You
so
people should
much.
respond to this.
Thank you. So one question for Jerry before you go.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Before
yeah.
the next one. Question.
Okay, okay.
What's the kindred? The Ishan or Bini kindred? We need the name in the banket. Can you give it to us?
What Asian kindred? I don't
Yes.
know, but I know that I know that there are some cultures that we do. We,
The kindred is asking for the kindred. What's the kindred of Ishan and Bini? He has explained to you all the different kindreds in his own place. So what's the kindred?
I don't know the
You
kindred.
don't know. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. You see, this is the thing. You come up on stage where there's 140 people, you make a claim, and you don't have anything to back it. It's just really crazy.
But
You
I
said,
made
"Oh,
but I made claims.
you said
But I
no.
made claims with
You made a claim. You made a claim that there are Bini and Ishan kindred people in Banke, and somebody has just explained to you that is bottom up. Our structure is bottom up structure, which is based on kindred. What's the name of the kindred? You don't know. Grandmaster, go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, thank you, Eden. I appreciate you. I see all my people. Zik of Africa, I greet you. I think I saw some here somewhere too. Hello, Zik, I greet you, my historian. It's unfortunate that I didn't, join this space, early on. But I was listening, I was working, on a project, but I was discussing. I enjoyed, the way brothers from Igbanke we are coming, and I enjoyed, the brother Deputy Jesus spoke extensively. But I was actually prompted to come up when the speaker came up, Jerry. You know, I think Jerry, you need to understand that some of us are way above the kind of games we're about. We are way above it. We are too intelligent for the games you play. I don't know about the rest of the people, but somebody like me, I'm too intelligent, too learned, too aware of the kind of games we are trying to play. It doesn't work because I see, how you are twisting yourself into pieces. And I love the last brother who spoke second, right? He explained to you how the ecosystem works. Unfortunately, you still don't understand it. And this is the problem we have come to realize at Nigeria. These people don't understand the ecosystem. Maybe the Igbo system is somehow, a mystery to them that till today, Nigerians still struggle to understand how the Igbos operate, even after we have shown them who the Igbos are. He asked you a very, important question. What kindred? You came up here and you said that there are people within the six Igbanke communities that are of Inupi and Esan, and you were asked, where are these people? Can you say who they are categorically and specifically? You were unable to mention them. But you were bold enough to come up and tell us that these people exist, but you cannot point out where they exist. So you want me to come up and start debating hypotheticals with you. That is the problem with Nigeria. Where you cannot bring the facts and the evidence to back up your points, you do pillars made up of hypotheticals. And that is what you came here to do. But unfortunately, things like this don't work right. When he was speaking, Seke was speaking, I was listening very attentively. He kept mentioning names, and those names are always beginning with Umu, Umu, Umu. Maybe you don't understand how it works. I think it was one of the places I was in, I'm not hosted, I said, one peculiarity about the Igbo, especially the ancient Igbos, is that they left a trace of themselves anywhere they found themselves in. And one of the ways they did that is by naming places where they founded, you understand? Naming them by the name of the person that founded that place or their progenitor. My brother, the word Umu is not just a simple children. It means the ancient children, a lineage of children are descended from a specific person. That is why I tell Igbos, please be armed with your history, right? Be armed with your history. That Umu that he kept mentioning here is something you will never understand. He tells a story, a history of people descended from certain individual. What it means that they are the progenitor, they are the ancient owners of that place that is called Umu something today. And he talks about it, but he cannot mention it. What you came to tell us, some people, probably we are speaking Benin before, and then they changed to a and for that reason, they are now entitled or they can now, carve themselves out of the larger Igbanke. But you see, I don't know. I do not know if you guys, I don't know if you guys understood the game they in this space. So basically, when he came to speak initially, he said he is half Benin and he is half Esan and half Urubu, right? That is to cover two grounds. That is what they do. That is what they do. And then he went on to tell you that where he comes from is an Urobo area. I don't know, something like that, something that you guys called it. I can't remember the name, right? And then when asked, are they only the Urobos who are living there? Are they only the Urobos who occupy that area that he comes from? He said no. But he mentioned here that is from Urobo. And that means that area belongs to the Urobo people. But when he came to Igbanke, he told you that Igbanke are hybrid. The Igbanke people are a hybrid. So he found a way to hybridize Igbanke people, even though you cannot point out the exact location where the rest of the people that make up the hybrid are located in the Igbanke communities. But we can clearly tell you the locations within the place you mentioned that have people that are of not Urobo ancestry. Some of them have Igbo ancestry, but you claim that they are all Urobo. And that is the game. So he wants to protect what is. And why putting your own out there for anybody to prize it? And you guys continue to do this right. You don't see the games they are playing with you. People who are from here are telling you, this is who we are. With no fact, no data, with no figures to back up your argument. You come up here to come and debate them and engage them in silly debate that make no sense. Exactly, not one, not two, not three. More people on social media have been seeing videos after videos after. All of a sudden, you see that the people have been emboldened to speak. They are making videos and ascertaining and telling you this is who we are. But you are unwilling to accept it because within you, there is something that pricks you when people mention the Igbo. That name, Igbo, people can never tell you. These people are telling you who they are. You cannot come up with any other person that is the contrary, but you are coming here to tell them who they are. But you want to protect that which is yours. Just like you did yesterday about the Ekpo people. Until they realize the Ekpo people actually have also a ancestry there. But you need to protect that kid that they are all, Esa people. It's the problem.
No
I feel like
problem.
mute your fucking mic. I'm not talking to you. Please allow me to talk. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. You are not very smart.
Okay,
You're not very intelligent. Because I want to engage you in the because I noticed that when people were speaking here, you kept, you don't even want to mute your mic to allow for people to hear the people who are speaking. When Deputy Jesus was speaking, we kept hearing ad-lib. Who asked you to get ad-lib? What you do is you mute your damn mic. That is how it works. So that the people in the audience can hear the person who is speaking. But I want to talk to you. You see, all this nonsense that we are doing here, we are enabling them. Igbanke case is done and dusted. It is finished. Finito. Ohanes Ndibo has taken a stand, and that is what matters. The rest of all this nonsense, crying and weeping and everything. Maybe you guys do not understand who the Igbos are. Immediately the Igbanke people declare their Igbo-ness, it became a matter for the entirety of the Igbos. It became a matter for the Igbo. And that is who you are going to deal with. They are not going back. You have to accept the truth and accept it the way it is. You came up here and started giving us some obscure nonsense laws about what the comments about them being under the open of Benin. Do you guys listen to yourself sometimes? Do you pay attention to the things you say? How can people who are completely different from the people be under the open of Benin? Is the open of Benin a supreme leader in those states? All the things I know about, what do you call it? All these traditional councils, they are made up of different independent kings and aces and equays and royalties. Independent. But maybe one of them may be leading the group. But that does not mean that the rest of them are under this person. How does this sound to you coming to tell people that they are dukes under the upper of from where to where? From where to where? So the young people can no longer identify, with who they are. They can no longer protect their own identity because they found themselves under the upper of Benin due to whatever the state government did. You guys don't listen to the things you say. So they can no longer come and say that this is who we are. They should change their title from Eze and Obi to a Noje, a title that is alien to them. Many of them do not even understand what it means. They don't understand come. They don't understand go in a language that is not even theirs. Have you ever taken a look at Igbanke and its proximity to Agbo? And look at the distance between Igbanke and Benin. Where is the correlation? It's not because of state creation. We'll be having this discussion. But let me just end with this. You see, Evelyn, I've come to realize that all these things, because at the point in time, I had to ask myself, is it that these people are trying to claim that everybody in Southern Nigeria descended from them? You understand? You go to Imo State, people descended from you. You go to Enugu, say Enugu are from you. You go to Ikwere people, Papa people, these are your people. Everybody descended from you. But there's a history that they are trying to hide from us. There's a history that they are trying to hide from us. Academic records have shown that Igbos are the oldest people that occupy Southern Nigeria. These people are appeared from nowhere all of a sudden and then started claiming that everybody descended from them. It is not possible. It can't be possible. Because there were people that occupied this land before we ever knew you were. How can everybody be descended from you? Why is it that everywhere you go, you lose your language? Your language loses its influence. You keep losing your language to the Igbos. Every time you lose your language to the Igbos, why is it that the Igbos cannot lose their language to yours? Who else is speaking Benin outside Benin? So there's a reason why these are trying to hide something, Elderly. There's an issue they don't want you to know. And anytime they unleash their dogs, their minions, like the ones that will come and tell you, oh, I am from Esan, or the one that will tell you I'm from Ugobo, to come and do the same work for them. When are you going to liberate yourself? When are you going to be a idiot? When are you going to stop being a slave? When are you going to be an ordinary tool for the people? Let them fight their fights. They know that they cannot win this fight. It will not happen. Because now you're up against the entire evolution. It is now if they want it that way. Even I don't want it to be that way. Because I naturally don't have any issue with people. I don't. But you cannot win this fight against the Igbos. So the earlier you accept that the Igbo people do not have any correlation, any linkage, the better it's going to be for you. You are going to continue to cry on social media, evade spaces, argue blindly, say some rubbish things that do not match your argument. At the end of the day, you won't change it. It is over. People have moved on. We are reclaiming everything. Everywhere we are scattered, we are reclaiming it back. And gradually, slowly, all people are going to unite again. So you guys can continue to do your nonsense. It's unfortunate that after so much of your empire, all the noise, all the vision, you ended up in local government. Nobody is speaking your language. No influence elsewhere. All you do is take people's territory and tell them that you are beneath, you are from us, from us, with some obscure and absurd argument you guys make. Imagine saying that the man that is a Benin person. Imagine saying that the man that the name is a Benin person. Are you kind of ashamed of yourself when you say these things? So let me end it with this. Igbos are Asian people. And I think that we are so fear of arguing with them. Maybe there's an euphoria they're enjoying from us engaging them. And then I think we should elevate our discussion going forward. We shouldn't be engaging these guys anymore. If they have any issue, let them go and pick it up with the back or with the honest Igbo or go to the courts. Since they threaten that they are going to go to the court, let them go to the court, meet them at the court. And then we'll drag the upper through the road. Let us see what's going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's
Respect.
yes, so proper response. You see, this is the thing. When you try to learn the humility, because when you now start sounding silly. I was just laughing throughout when this guy was speaking. I was laughing. Like, how? And it is, come and try and learn. If you want to learn about the Igbo structures, there are structures that has not been removed, that cannot be removed cannot be removed by colonization, cannot be removed by anything. If an Igbo person is talking about something, you will understand what they're saying.
And darling, let me crack that joke. Let the whole house laugh.
Come on.
I want to marry an Igbo woman. The reason is best known to me because I'm tired of that shit. Fuck it. I want to be hearing Kawami Oti Where me, one atomoreko, OPK, come here. Eh, because it seems like that names our forefathers, the women they married, were just using. That is why they corrupt those people language. If I say when the Benin people married our Igbo women from Eka, the language our women are using when they are making love is the reason why they change their language. So me now, I want to go back to the ancient way. I want to know how it's like when you marry an Igbo woman. That doesn't speak English. That's the reason why I want to marry an Igbo woman. So in case you think what corrupt the language, now the women try you as the thing they feed them. Benin people will come from a bank, will come from a bank, they change their language to Igbo. Make una laugh more.
Oh my God. This is the thing. You cannot push such narrative. And those people that wrote that letter saying that it, the people from Agbo, they're very close to Agbo, and they changed and the language influence. Hello, Agbo has the same. Hmm? How can you influence what you are? You know, sir, if you live, how can you influence a people that you already are? Hmm? Does it make sense? You couldn't say, okay, I'm just trying to think of an example I can use. You have a, okay, let me use the kingdom. You have a Okpe, you now have a maybe Oga. You now see Oga influence Okpe language. They are rules. Hmm? So,
Okay, let me just make I'm sorry, let me just make a control. Do you know one thing about these people is that now there are some of our own people. We could have been the one even saying that grabbing land are far from our land and that Abudu. If you get there,
yes, Abud
you
is
will
very
still hear,
close.
yeah, you will still hear our people living there speaking our dialect. But do you know they will like to tell everybody that you are a land, you are a commoner, or you are a settler, meaning that place they have taken the land to their oba. There are a lot of our people that move down there to farm. Now, why are they not saying that those people have, they are Benin is a hybrid with those people? In fact, Benin could have been the hybrid with the real Igbo of market people going down outside to be farm because in as much as I know that our people always travel down outside to go and farm and marry their daughter. So I think you know our own people have hybrided them very, very well. In fact, it's not in fact over
But,
hybrided.
but Abudu is a Benin community, right?
Yeah, yeah, I know that is a Benin community, but there are our people,
That live there, okay.
that travel there. Like my brother, Munyeka, them, they are living there, hybriding them, they are, those one they are hybriding them because they are from recent Ngudi community. Now, one, all those side. That is it. So we too we are hybrid. In fact, no, they don't. What I mean is that they don't recognize that, saying that. So when somebody came into your village, maybe he just come to, a job, because how can you say that the Benin man even come to a job in a bank? Because in as much as I know the richness and the heritage and the greatness of the Benin, saying that a Benin man left a Benin to go and do job, that is it could have been the answer because their history is so enriched that since of 1,000 years, they are very, 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 in fact, they have money over, they have over. So where why didn't leave their space and always jump into a Kalan? If not that these people they just want to use, they just want to cause a confusion, cause a chaos. That is what they are doing. But they will not agree that even the people that is the people that came from Anambra that is doing business, living in that Benin, that they have hybrided Benin people too. No, it is only looking they carry thought, looking where you will say, hey, Benin they have here and Benin have other people don't enter into that. No,
And
just to
they are
cut them.
mixing they are mixing ancient things with current day. People migrate to see
It's very bad.
if I move to Lagos, am I an indigenous of Lagos? Even if I live there for 30,
Okay.
50 years, So that those kind of recent migrations cannot be easy. If there's anybody from Benin that's bored, to talking about ancient and all that, and if you cannot find your kindred, you have no kindred there, you are not from that. Like my brother said,
Thank you very much.
there's no big kindred in Igbanke land. So all of you that are pushing those narratives, I think I'm hearing myself. All of you that are pushing those narratives, you need to repent. Hmm? You talk about your own community. See, the interesting thing is that they don't focus on their own community thing. You don't focus on your community, and everybody wants to have mouth. Anything to do with Igbanke, hmm? But you don't focus on what's happening in your land now. You say you are half Urhobo, half you didn't tell us what we asked you if there are migrations in that your land. Okay? Why don't you focus on their own community? These guys protect their communities. They protect it, but I don't know for some reason there's a weird feeling or weird thinking. The Igbo land is the one that is up for grabs. But we have to tell you that it's not. And the fact that our people are coming out to say they are Igbo, and if you are the thing paying you have to go and find something to do. I think you need some therapy because you must be suffering from some kind of I don't know what to say. But anyway, let me move the mic so that I don't hug it. Okay, thank you very much. Think tank. I think you're next.
Okay, okay.
It's think tank. Think tank, you there?
Yes, think
Yes.
tank or men. You will.
Yes, think.
Thank you.
Let me take the cue. Think tank. Um, Zik of Lumena, Zik of Africa. Then Ross IK, and then we'll go to the boys. We have two historians here actually. So thank you for being patient with us. All right. Think tank, go ahead.
Okay, so
Oh, actually, sorry, Igbo supremacy. We'll have to take you to maybe 4 minutes, yeah? Because you've been here for long. You think
we need to try to understand the antics of these guys who are expansion. They come and they tell you that people forgot their history, people that there was an overwhelming flux of Igbo migrants, the people drowned of their history and forgot their language. They fell in love with the Igbo people so much. First of all, like what Seke was saying, if you come, let's also rewind history. There was no English language then. So it's either wherever you were living as on your own indigenous land, you were speaking your own indigenous language. So anybody who wasn't of that ethnicity that came into that area must learn your own language. You are more predominant there. What I mean is you have your kindred, you have your people there. So they are more so you can't tell me that somehow and in Igbo land there's not been any story of any wars that led across Igbo land that will have been leading to people moving in large numbers to invade certain places. And all of a sudden, people will just lose their language because of a large influx. Rather, we have been having, like I explained earlier, we had the English civilization that had the concept of prerogative of mercy to refugees, seeking those who sought refuge among well, and we showed them kindness, and we showed them, took them in, and they got our country to our way. So if you are autochthonous on a land and people migrate into that, they will learn your culture, they will learn your language. But because we also are Democrats by nature, Igbos have never forced their in identity on anyone. You could get acculturated, but you will still hold claims to your ancestral identities, just like what we saw, and even to some extent, your language. Aside from, yes, they look the Gala people. But all of a sudden, these Benin people lost all their language. There's not even a trace. And this guy, Jerry, was today's state creation, this recent phenomenon of state creation to ethnicity, telling us that they have Ozanogogo people in Edo State who are Edo people cut into, and by that extension, the reverse is also the same way that Ika people, Igbanke people were cut into Edo State because they are. But somehow you've not been able to explain to us how to love their language. What it shows is that anybody who comes in who is not of that ethnicity comes into that area, will get acculturated and he will speak the predominant language in that area. And our people were so deliberate. They will give you if you came in as either prisoners of war or famine or some other reason. Maybe if there was a great famine, maybe like hunger. Maybe people move to places, parts of Igbo land where there was in search of food and all of that, and they moved with their families and all of that. What it will mean is that they will be given a certain part of the village, their own quarters. That was why Seka was asking you, where is your children? In every part, in Anoma, we know all the people who are immigrants, those who came from Benin. They have their quarters in all parts in most of the villages, in all the villages. They have their own quarters. We will say these are the like in I think in Onitshu, they have the Umuasogwa, who's and those ones are even they are ancestrally Igbo. Umuasogwa, which is the clan of uh, um, 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 this owner of the UBA, brother in the Senate or in the House of Rep, who have expressed pride in their Igbo identity. Their mother is related to some royalty in the Benin royal family of the king. But they are Igbo. So sometimes when these arguments are made, it doesn't make any sense. You are in Western Igbo land as a minority, and you are claiming that people lost their language. It things that it doesn't make any no, there's no rationality in this argument because the only thing that drives people is the hatred for Igbo, nothing more, nothing less. That's what we are seeing. You come with irrational arguments that don't make this same guy made the argument about Otobaye that he mentioned that when Igbo people, Ika people migrated there, will that change the identity of Otobaye? Reverse the case. When Benin people migrated into Ika land, we need to change the identity of Ika people. So what are you talking about? You even defeated your own argument. The same reverse argument you made about Benin people being the predominant people and the autonomous people on the land, and people came into that place. But you didn't change the structure of the ethnicity and the language there. It is just hatred, pure hatred for the Igbos. That is driving this madness that we see. From insignificant and insecure whom are surrounding us. And the colonial masters played a very big role in all of it. Somebody will be equating an ethnicity in today, you equate the whole state creation, that is an artificial creation, political creation. You equate it to ethnicity, the ethnic formation that took thousands of years to evolve. Does that make sense? And they don't even understand linguistics, mutually intelligibility, spatial dispersion of language, how the language evolves. The structure of the language remains the same. Slight differences in letters due to because we human beings are dynamic. Somebody will say Mili in Western Igbo land, another person will say Miri in another part of Igbo land. And you not say it's a different language. It doesn't make sense, you know. So, we need to understand the antics of this. That's why I didn't want to give that guy. If we go into Asian discussion today and on net, even that Asian land, it was Igbo land prior to the great migration of Asians. They still use the Idumu. Is Idumu Isha? Idumu, the word Idumu. Is it an Asian word? Is it a Benin word? Those substructures are still there in Asian land. Can we say Aya ni Idunu, Aya Idumu happened in that axis, in that Asian land? Where is the Chima? And it led to great migration from that axis. My grandfather, who's a historian, told about this story. And he's quoted in certain books written by certain authors in the land. So what are we talking about? If we want to open that issue, we will open it and talk about how that part of Asian land was Igbo land before the great migration from Benin. You come here and you keep poking all sorts of antagonism because you've been programmed by an invading monarchy from Yoruba, from Ile-Ife, who have this antiquated nomadic kind of lifestyle, expansionist kind of lifestyle. These guys trace their history all back to Mesopotamia. If you guys don't know, the Oduduwa clan group that came into Yoruba land and started causing us problems. People that you cannot tell their history for 900 years. When you ask them about their history beyond 900 years of Oduduwa existence, they cannot tell you. This model of this absolute monarchy that they brought into Igodomu Igodo, and that we are seeing the problem today. And some people, despite all the evidence provided of the stratified society that we have in Benin, the Oba is first class, second class, Oba's sibling, third class as the Yoruba relations from Benin. Every other person is a slave in Benin. And you guys are still coming here to be telling us nonsense. As if you are the, what is it called? Oyan Warau, slave. Because you don't understand the history. You can't even go and find out your own history. In that is Godomi Godo. You can't even understand what is going on. You just keep being stupidly slavish to a foreign Oba that came into your land. Who has even violated the Okio Pagat Treaty? Disregarding the current indigenous king in that land, who is Giame. Agreement. That agreement is an international, even be adjudicated by an international court of justice. You guys don't know. I don't know what the problem is with some of you. You are Ishan, you don't even know half of your Ishan history. Why were you running away from Benin? If not for an invading force, foreign force of Yoruba expansion, who brought in their Oba and their absolute monarchy into Benin? You don't know any of this. Come here and can be antagonizing Igbos because you've been programmed to do it.
Thank you. Just one point, think tank. So there was one discussion about Oluko, and some of the people were saying, "Oh, look at me, they've been there. They were there before the annual report. They were there before your people think tank." Like, it's so funny. So I'm like, okay, how is this possible? What do you say to that? Because you see, the reason why I'm bringing this is the person during that space, that conversation, the person was saying, "Oh, that they've seen the name is not supposed to be Tinubu, it's supposed to be something else." And I'm wondering, why are you guys digging into these people's area and now saying that you were there before that? Even the indigenous people, that the Igbos came and met them there. What would you say to that?
Like I said before, you cannot come into an area and will you bring in your own, like I said, you bring in your own, you came in as a refugee. You met. There wasn't, mind you, there wasn't English language. So So there was, you will come in there, you will have to assimilate. You could be speaking in your own, you meet in a community of Igbo people who are obviously are larger than your own group of people. So at the end of the day, you be bilingual. You speak your own, when you are in your house, you speak your Yoruba. But when you go out, you are in that community, received as a refugee.
So they were
in that
refugees,
community.
Can you clarify that?
Of course, they
How?
were.
How were they?
They,
Or
they migrated. Their migration story. They came in from. They came in from a war. Akure axis when there was a war via Benin all the way to Amaho and Wohimi, and then they landed in Olukumi, Ibodo, and all those places. Those places have Igbo names. All these Ekoefon and all those are just recent. Just for typical Yoruba expansionist agenda. It is the others that are pushing it all the way from Yoruba land. That it was a Ekoefon. Will you come into an Igbo area and give it an Igbo name? A Yoruba name? You didn't meet anybody there. It doesn't make sense. Today in Amaho and Ewolimi, we have Olukumi people there. Why have they never made any claim? This is Yoruba expansionist. Why have they never made any claim in Amaho and Ewolimi about the Olukumi people? Why? What is the interest in Igbo land, Western Igbo land? We have Olukumi people in Amaho and Ewolimi. Traces of them, as we're moving, some of them we are settling down in those places. Why is it that it's only Western Igbo land that we are interested in? Because of our permissive democratic nature. In Inshallah, those ones are very autocratic. In Niger, in all the Niger Delta, there was a guy that came one time. He said anytime Igbo migrants come into their area, they swear an oath of allegiance. They are practically embedded into that. And that's what you see across the Niger Delta because they know that they don't have the numbers. When most people come in and become part of the ethnicity, they onboard them and they swear they make them swear an oath of allegiance that they'll be loyal to that ethnicity and they will hide their ancestry. And that's what we see. They don't talk about this expansionism. Don't talk about Amaho and Ewohimi. Go there today. In Amaho and Ewohimi, we have a Lukumi people there. Nobody talks about it. And that shows you the migration path when they were coming.
and
They didn't fall out from the sky like their sky god, their sky god fell on that land in Igbodo. They did not fall from the sky. They ran away. They took their refugee. We accommodated them.
thank you, think tank. All right, let's move the mic. Who did I was going to call? So Igbo supremacists. Yeah. Igbo supremacists. Are you there? Okay. Igbo supremacists one. Okay, now let's move the mic.
Hello, good evening.
Good You've been waiting for so long. Thank you.
So, I've been listening to this conversation for a long time now, and there's one thing I want to say. People can, dispute, trying to make Igbos, deny themselves, but there's always something that bind us together, which they have not been able to remove. Anyway, it's Igbo, you see it, which is our form of it, the Ekeori for Igbo. Anywhere you go in Igbo land, you see that. And also, it is also infused into our names. That's why if you come to Abia Aziz, you see people bearing, let's say, Okoronko. That's an Okoronko. If you go down to Anambra, now Okoronko. If you go down to Abia Aziz, you see Okori. If you go down to Anambra, Enugu Aziz, that Okori to Okoye because of their differences. Then maybe when you now go to the Delta, it now becomes Okolie. Are you getting me? Those things are pointing towards the four market days for Nkwo. And that is a binding force of all Igbos. If you even go down to the Igbos that are carved into Benue State, this four market days is there. You go down to the ones carved into state, the four market days are there. You go down to the one carved into Rivers State, you go there, you see Ahiankwo, Ahiori, Ahia Ahieke. You know, it's always there. It's a binding force that shows the Igbo-ness of any group of people. Then another thing you also look at is throughout the history of Igbos, they've not been any war of expansion or any empire like we hear of empire. We hear of the Fulani, you have the Songhai Empire, the British Empire, the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire. These empires of conquest, people who went to war, you know, they go to war, they assimilate those people, they take over lands. But you can never hear that if you have such a thing, it will be in our folklore, in our Ifo. If you are Igbo separate, you know what is called Ifo, Akoko Ifo, teach our people morals. It will be there. Somebody, this guy I was talking now, he mentioned about Idu Noba. You know, when I was young, I used to hear of Idu Noba in our Ifo. He would be saying something that would say that thing happened in Idu Noba. Me, in those days, I used to think that maybe that Noba was a fictional land. I was surprised when all these Igbo debates came up I started hearing that there was actually an Noba war that happened. I'm not from the Western Igbo land, but for that thing to enter into Igbo folklore shows something that war was heard all over Igbo land. It was that law, the war of that Idu Noba was, you know, it entered into our folklore. That's to show that it is also a binding force for all Igbos. It is now that I'm studying history that I said, okay, this Noba is from the Benin, which means something actually happened in that Benin axis, Benin Igbo axis in ancient times for that to enter into our folklore. So what I'm trying to say is that whenever these guys that are trying to divide us come up, they do not know that there is a binding force, there's something binding all of us, Igbo people. I'm sure if you also go to that Igbanke, you will hear of a story of people. You will hear it will be there. The 4 market days is a binding force. If it was maybe it was something that Igbos conquered and imposed on them, we would have also heard the story. We would have heard the story of conquest. In fact, the only time I started hearing about wars in Igbo land was when the British came up, when our people rose in defense of our land. The 30 years war, when our people rose up to defend our land. In fact, the British people had to conquer every inch of Igbo land. Unlike in Yorubas, once the Obas and the Alafins surrendered, the rest of the people surrendered. When the emirs of the Fulanis surrendered, the rest of the people in Igbo land, they had to conquer every inch of Igbo land before they were able, and it was that Ekumeku war that they, after that Ekumeku war, they were not able to amalgamate the northern and southern territory of Nigeria that led to what we have as Nigeria today. So when people are bringing up all these stories that anywhere you see Igbos, most times, even in the places where they settle, that they settled down in that place maybe because that land was empty. Like they migratory people. People, they are migratory people. Their ancestral land is in Arochukwu state. But when you go to Imo State, you hear of Arondi Zog. They still maintain that name. There's Arondi Zog in Imo State, linking to that same Arochukwu. There's Arongwa. There's a place called Arongwa in Abia State, in Ungwa land of Abia State. You also link it to their ancestry to the main Arochukwu that is in Arochukwu government of Abia State. You understand? So the Igbo people have not been a people of conquest. Wherever we see ourselves is usually maybe we are Asian people that are indigenous to that place, or even if we migrated, it was not an act of war. We migrated into an empty land. Because if it was an act of war, it also helped have heard the stories, the history, that okay, Igbos came here, they conquered the people, and you know, and they stayed there. Even if something was pursuing us, you would also have heard it. But there are no stories like that. But if you check Yoruba history, you hear of the Yoruba wars. There are civil wars where it's everywhere. You go to the house, there are wars are there. If you go to English history, the British, you see their wars. The Welsh and the Scottish, they were fighting. The thing is all over the history. But it's only in Igbo land that you don't have such things. You understand? So wherever these guys they are shaking now because there is an Igbo renaissance going on. A lot of conversation is going on. Many people are going to come up, and these guys are shaking. There's a global Igbo renaissance. If you are watching social media, if you are seeing this thing is coming up slowly, and some people are not happy about it. And that's why you're seeing all these attacks on the Igbanke people. Very soon, the other Igbos have also denied themselves their Igbo-ness, the ones in Kogi, in Benue, in Cross River. Very soon, they will also come up. It is coming up slowly, and these guys are not happy. These expansionists, these land extortionists, they are not happy about it. And that's why you are seeing all these fights. Igbanke is when people of Rivers State too are also coming up. In fact, the last president of this is very so,
Okay. Feel like we lost Igbo supremacists, but I think your time was up anyway. Thank you. All right, let's move to leverage. Okay, no, sorry, it was Zik. Sorry, Zik. It's you. After you, who was it did I call? Mena and Ross IK. And then we can go to leverage. Boy, it's good. Did you drop? All right, okay. Go on, Zik.
All right. I just wanted to thank they did a fantastic job replying to that guy who was distorting history. If you analyze these issues very well, and it fascinates me a lot because in 2025, in the year of our Lord, guys are still looking for people to subjugate and dominate in 2025. We hear them say things about talking about slavery, talking about people as slaves. I mean, it's a whole lot of things which I can't put together. But the thing is that, and the point that we need to re-emphasize is that we need to work together. We need to work together to ensure that we are effective. What is being done today is no different from what the British did when they came and divided Western Igbo into Benin province or a province. That's why sometimes you see that maybe Asaba is one way and then Kwani side is another way when it comes in terms of HDI and things like that. It's also as a result of the different that they were in at that time. and how they administered at that time. So, and then the what Osadebe and Eluwa did in response to that, forming the Asaba Union, Union, then coalescing it with the Igbo Federal Union. You could see what he did. Even then, now going on from that, see how he helped Osadebe go up. Well, I mean, in terms of politics, Western, how they helped Osadebe, if not for working together, Osadebe would have never attained the status of being premier of the Western region. Even in the agitation for the Midwest, agitation for the Midwest was mostly an NCNC, and even this will be of our that they talk about. And people don't know that the agitation of the Midwest was tribalized because you had the Benin faction, the Edo faction on one side, or what was known as whatever they used to call themselves. They call themselves the BPP, was the something BPP party. I can't remember what it was called then. They now had the Midwest movement that was headed by Osadebe for the politicians, and then the Obi of Abo for the traditional rulers. And this is the current day's grandfather. And all these guys on the Western side were nationalists. When I tell you nationalism, when you read about the things that they used to do then to advance the cause, you'd be amazed that the same people that today they will say, "Oh, I'm not this, I'm not that one." But anyways, it has to be some. I mean, big ups to Ibwe TV and what of this. Anytime they call me to donate, and the last thing I want to even say is that we have to donate to these causes. We have to donate. It's not just to come and then talk. Anytime we have rallies and things like that, and they put up account, but these things are not. You just. I mean, I'm sure because when the estate movement was going on, you see that Obara was doing everything was to be. Only God knows how much Michael Obara put into the Midwest State movement. So these things that if you see these guys calling for donation, you have to put your money where your mouth is and donate to these causes because these causes are right. They are good causes. You understand? So I'll just leave it at that. Shabu. I'm just saying what Ederlin, Wezwe TV, Deputy Jesus, this other guy, there's this other guy, I
Spirit
can't remember his
Almighty.
name, Spirit Almighty. These guys are doing fantastic work. I can't even begin to tell. Anytime I think about these guys, I just remember Noah and all the things he used to do. Anyone with Mukwani, I remember people like Yali Joma. This guy is just from Mukwani. This guy Jonah is from Mukwani. These guys were these guys were a lot. So guys, good let's thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Zik is always supportive when they reach out, when our people reach out. So like Zik was saying, we have a number of people who are pushing for the unification of Igbos on Neoma side. So we have Iweze from the car, myself from the car, Almighty Fukwani, Deputy Jesus from Enwani, and we also have other people that are not wanting to be public, but they're working on the ground. And if you do want to join us, you're welcome. You can send me a DM. We can have conversations. Also, we're going to be building a team of people who help with technology, like graphics. Um, if you're good with writing, good with any skills you feel you can contribute to the movement. Mainly, we're focused around the Aniom area, those of us I just mentioned. But we've also got people working on the river side. We've got the tribes, and the whole work is going on there. But I'm focused on Anioma. So if you want to join Anioma movement of Igbo unification, you can send me a DM. But you have to be someone from Anioma though, because we're leading it together. If you want to work as some of the spearheading different things, but if you want to work like in writing, media, that can be from anywhere. You can join us person, looking for as many skills as possible to join us on this movement. But thank you so much. Those who want to donate will probably be whenever we're having something we call it out, or we can reach out to Equity TV, because he's sort of anything to do with like any donations, any workers around, you can go straight to him and he can contribute, or you can reach out to Almighty or Deputy Jesus. But for now, although we're thinking about maybe some funding strategies, but for now I think it's just going to be mainly donate directly to those who are working on ground. And those are the three guys I mentioned. They're leading the groups. But yeah, it's fund required. Yes, fund will always be required, but that's not what we're talking about here today. All right, so let's move on. Bros Ike, go ahead. Bros Ike, are you here? I think I called you before. Okay, hold on, Bros Ike. All right, leverage, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I think we lost you almost at the end, though. I think so. If you
Yeah,
want to take
so
30 seconds, you've got to know. Yeah.
okay, so what I'm saying is that there's an Igbo reawakening going on, and we have to uh, keep up at it, so that this our younger generation that is coming up now, if we fail these guys, because I'm the one, they are the ones that I really feel concerned when I see our younger ones, people that are just coming up. If we fail them, after us now, after us, millennials now, if we fail these guys, it's over for the race. I'm telling you, because we are the ones that never we didn't participate in the Nigerian Civil War, but we heard the stories of the Civil War. We heard the first-hand story of the Civil War. Our fathers, our grandfathers were not before the Civil War, and we heard the first-hand stories of this war. We saw the people that survived the war, the people that survived the shock and everything. We heard the first-hand story from them, and that is part of the thing that is spoiling some of us. So we don't get the Igbo emancipation now, because by the time if we fail these guys, we that really saw these guys pass through this civil war, that led to the deeper division of Igbos. In fact, most the denial of Igbos stems from these civil wars, because sometimes I used to think, maybe when I'm alone, I'll be thinking, how did our people, immediately after the war, immediately after that war, how did Igbos survive? How was it done? How did our people, so many things happened, and that is why many of our people, I believe, we are denying being Igbo, because of the way the Nigerian state we are treating them. So those guys are the ones that they were able to carry in the other states, like the police, the Delta, Guinea, all those people. So many of them fully denied being Igbo, so that they can be able to get from the Nigerian states. So if we fail, the people now, we fail the Alpha, the Gen Z, in the next 100 years, where most of us will have died off, there will not be anything like people is again. People will come over, plunder our lands, take over our lands, and completely erase our history. That is what is going to happen in so many parts of the world. If you go to the US, the American side, you saw how the Americans came in, slaughtered the Native Americans. In fact, there is only few Native Americans remaining now. They slaughtered all of them. All these places you see, even in South America, most of those people you are seeing there are people from Spain, from Portugal. They are not original indigenous of that place. If you go to the United States, the people you are seeing there, most of the people you are seeing there are Europeans. African slaves that were brought in. But the Europeans came in, the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Germans, came and slaughtered off the local population of the indigenous Americans, the Native Americans, or the Red Indians, the people that we call the Appalachians. They slaughtered all of them. Most of them, yeah, and this is because what these guys are doing, they're not out for full-scale war now. They are what they are doing is mental war, psychological war, making people deny being Igbos, making people feel inferior for being Igbos. So if we don't stop that, put an end to that, and emancipate the whole Igbo race, I'm going to tell that in the next 100, 200 years, they will not be anything like Igbo race again. I drop my mic.
Thank you. Luckily, that can never happen. That will not happen because we have every one of us in this space, and everyone that's not here, or those of us working, and Igbos in general. Our population is large. That's the thing, and that's what people are afraid of. And we're going to use that population to the best of our ability and the best of our advantage. It's unfortunate that people feel like, okay, this guy is a threat, but you're only a threat for your like you haven't you just for being people, you are a threat to them. That's their problem, to be honest. Because for those people that have fought me, a lot of people I tell you the battles. Oh, we have to I'm like, guys, are you okay? You know? And then when they can't get to me, they start saying, oh, she's an Ambra, she's an Ambra. Okay, come and prove it now. Proudly, person, many of us will continue to speak. I have my brother here, Seke, who's Igbanke. We had memes who was here, Igbanke. We have had a lot of Igbanke people on the stage. We have had a lot of Ika people on this stage. I'm so happy about this space today because there's been a new there's like all of us. When you hear us, you know what we're talking about. So it's really great to have this. Okay, let me move the mic to leverage. Leverage, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. Good evening, everyone, depending on where you're listening from. So, m ga-asụtụ Igbo maka ọgbakọ ndị Igbo. Asụsụkwa n'oyibo were Igbo tinye maka Igbo ga-aka anyị mma n'ọgwụgwụ asụsụ anyị. And Igbo wu Igbo, Igbo wu ofu. Ma ewu onye Igbo ọwụwa anyanwụ ma ewu onye Igbo ọdịda anyanwụ owu ofu. Ọwụwa anyanwụ bụ ekwe n'oyibo ọhụrụ Eastern Igbos, anyanwụ Western Igbos. So whatever kọwụlụ Igbo bụ ofu. Even if ọwụ the same sị gị ịnọga ya anụ ife m okwu, ị na-anụ ife m na-ekwu, ị na-anụ ihe ịnụla ihe m kwuru. All of them are Igbo. So etu ọbụla na-asụ n'olu onye ọbụla na-aghọta so space has been very interesting since the comment section again, and everything nọ na-aga sere were tile onye I get to go on well ọ dịkwa mma but ọ ga-adị gosiri na ihe ọbụla anyị na-eme na ọ na-anwụpụta ihe so ihe ọma ọ na-ewepụta mmemme na-agbalịkwara so that we're able to destruct it. Whatever is happening, let me switch a little bit to English. Whatever is happening is not. I want you to look at it beyond the need. No, it's beyond that. If you look at a little bit history, when colonizers came, Igbos, I think someone mentioned it, the Igbos were the only people, and I see where Nweze, Igbo enwe eze that Igbo enweghị ndị na-achị. Igbo enwe eze, Igbo enweghị ofu eze na-achị Igbo niile. Igbo na mba eze. Ịbịa na ndị ọzọ ọ dịghị like that. Ndị ugwu nwere ofu eze na-achịkọta ha okwue. Ndị mmanụkwanụ nwere etu. Why when the colonial masters were easily able to conquer them. So, which are the colonial masters? And they knew what the Igbos were all about. So they started this divide and rule from initial stage. It's beyond all these ones are just. But the happy thing, our people are beginning to. There's this lighting going on. That is what we should focus on. Okay? All these other ones coming to stage to come and say, no, your language, you went there, conquered them with your language. I can't even make sense of it. There's a place, Sabon, there now, but I've never heard that now because na Sabon ndị ugwu Hausa nọ there has it doesn't make sense. So let's focus. Achọrọ m ikwu ihe anyị na-eme ihe anyị ga-efocus now. Enwere ọtụtụ ụmụnne asabiri ichie during years back, my elderly was what people were telling you are not evil. I experienced that during my NYS. The guy that was he hated Igbo people, these are that. This guy, I just came. I said, "What's your my brothers and sisters? This guy will be." And it's from Amiaba. I said, "You know, you are the most confused person here. You hate your own." He said, "No, he was so. It's not. These are the things that have been passed on for years. I think this is where we should concentrate and strategize. It's Megis. And I this other one that I call and Igbanke ka anyị gakwa chọọ ndị ọzọ Igbanke ihe m ji gbara ha wee gba akịrị mgbe m pere mpe ya na igba akịrị what is Igba akịrị ka so let's focus on education. Then there is a detection today, getting it in attention. I'm gonna fight for freedom, right? The same thing in the Sunday, the same thing about one other person. Here, did you know why? It is beyond Nigeria. The colonial masters knew that these people, if they begin to understand who they are and unite, it's a problem for them. That is that same message I can educate people who they are. You need to. And we unite as Igbos, and every other thing is history. So, I see on your
So much. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna play this audio again just to be able to so bear with me.
The king and the bank were to he would have been Yoruba. So what is the difference between in Benin language, Yoruba language, Yoruba king. In Igbo language, what is the one makes Yoruba now to now the shadow in a class in the 6 kings.
Would you like to be your own boss?
Sorry, just 1 sec.
In the back, it's an anomaly.
All right, sir. We end this.
subject of the Oba, and we can never.
Okay, according to your last word, we are not the subject of the Oba, and we can never be a subject.
Word until Jesus will come.
All right.
Until
Now
Jesus-
there's a rumor going on now as well that a lot of the 60 plus Enyogi that is suspended from the Oba of Benin. So that is there any? We just want to find out because people are not going back to beg the Oba of Benin. That is the Enyogi that the Oba of Benin suspended. They're not going back to plead to beg the Oba of Benin. I believe you have seen some videos and photos moving around social media platform. So what any of the Eze of Igbanke went to beg as well?
Now, you see, most of those things that were suspended by the Oba, most of them are Benin people. Are you getting my point? Let me be very, very frank. Most
Okay.
of those villages, those towns are Benin towns, and they speak their Benin language. And most of those things were installed by the Oba themselves, by the Oba parties. So if they go and beg, no problem with them, because that's where they belong. But not for Igbanke people, but we don't belong there. Our kids are not installed by the Oba of Benin, schools, the Oba of Benin. So why would they go to beg to get what? Why would they go and beg? Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So those kids can go and beg because they not by the Oba, the Oba of Benin. Our own nations were instead and inherited the throne from their father. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
So we don't have any reason to beg to get what? There's no, I've told you earlier, we don't have any food to buy in a bank. I've never got 1 naira to develop the bank. Even the state government, that we are talking about, let's even talk of the state government. The they are being maintained. They are being reconstructed by the effort of the community. By the community or in water. So what are we talking about? You know, we are just in those states. Anytime you want to conduct election, they come and give vote. Now, when the vote is over, the election is over, they go to Benin. Let me even tell you, in a situation where people are banking now when they go to meet in Benin, you see that the information will come into English. I don't even hear what they're saying. You're not telling me that we are not the same people. Let the fact the truth be true. We are not people know that we are not the same with them. Even the governor of that we are not the same with them. No, a Igbanke man can be a governor of the structure on the ground. How? So what are we talking? No can be no Igbanke go affect the other people. You for what to achieve to get what? How can you to get what? He is not the one that installed them. He has no power to remove them. So why would they go and them? So no Igbanke thing will beg up the other people.
All right. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you very much, sir. Lastly, we want to as well know and be sure of whatever we're saying. When we say by the old kids in Igbanke right now, what are they saying concerning this issue? Like, are they decide to move on with their Igbo brothers, as we said, or for now they are still calculating? We want to know what is their decision.
The point is that instead our highly revered kings to carry out. Are you getting my point? So you can see people that come from the front on the front on the on the front line.
Online, yeah.
Play card and protest. The kids cannot do that. So I told you earlier that as I speak today, I speak under the authority of the kings of the bank and the autonomy of the bank. So whatever I'm saying, I say it with authority. Are you getting my point? I am going to the same page with us. So long as we do not want to be slaves, how can we want to be slaves too? Now, you talk of our Igbo brothers. There are certain things that you cannot change. You cannot change who you are. You cannot change your tribe. You cannot change your nature. We are Igbo. Igbo. Nobody has ever contested that with us. We are not in the deep fight. It's always not to fight that I'm not an man. There's no competition, no fight. Our identity speak for itself. Are you getting my point? So we are the same with their brother. You can see Agbo. You can see Mbide. All of us are the same. So we are with our brother.
That's true.
Our Igbo origin speak for itself. The language is there, the culture is there. You go to Igbo now, you hear it's easy. Obi of Malaysia, Obi of Igbanke, Obi of Ota. I get the word is too. So our origin, our ancestry is not a contest. We are not contesting it with anybody. We are in Kaibo, and we remain there until Jesus will come.
All right. Thank you very much for this wonderful meeting having with you online. We still want to know what are your advice now to those brothers, those Igbanke indigenous who are still saying that they are from Benin?
You can't blame them. They had the right to go to be slaves. You know, I will not have the story of the slave. When the slave was talking with the master told the slave, don't behave like a slave. When they called him, behave like a slave. So, human beings are not reasoning the same way. They have the right to remain where they have to remain slaves. But we are saying that we cannot be slaves. That does not mean that they will not be Judas in our midst. Let Judas tell them with their master. They can control their master. Are you getting my point?
Yeah.
After all, Jesus is being God. Had a Judas in his stand. So there's no way you can tell me that you own a bank, there's no Judas. Traitors, betrayers, they're always there. God bless them. Let them continue. One day, they will come back to apologize. They will come back to their sources. They will come back to appreciate the blessing of freedom. That's what I have for them.
All right, thank you very much. Quickly, let's go to the comments. Somebody just commented. Mr. Monday, thank you very much for the first comment for today. According to what Mr. Monday commented, he said, "You are right. Everything you have been saying is 100% right with it." And Mr. Monday is chatting on from Omolua, right? So he's from Igbanke as well, which means that what he was saying is in full support with it, right? So, sir, what are you saying right now to the indigenous of Igbanke and the indigenous of Igbanke as a whole in general?
News.
Okay.
Can't find that.
Sorry. Okay.
That is the message to the market.
Yes.
The message is clear. All of us are on the same page. The market in diaspora, we're on the same page. You know, every human being, nobody wants to be enslaved. No human being wants to be enslaved. And that was why God Himself, in His infinite mercy, made all men equal. All men are created to be equal. They're created to be equal by God.
Mm.
Even the Nigerian Constitution have said, they said also that we're all equal before the law. So the kings are equal too. Because your town is bigger than our town doesn't make you to be superior to me. Are you getting my point? Because I made some instances. The army of Kano cannot say because Kano is bigger than the country, you want to go to the village. It will not be possible. Neither can the Obi of Onitsha say Onitsha is bigger than the market, or Onitsha is bigger than Agbo Munege. We have a king in England, we have a king in Agbo. All the we have all their kings. So community are bigger than the other. Everybody is a king in his own right. In his own right. As you have a king among elephants, you have a king among the others. You cannot tell me that the elephant is the king of the earth. Everybody has his own domain. So that's my message to the Banky people. We are who we are. Nobody can change our tribe. Nobody can consume us. And we cannot be slave to anybody until Jesus will come. So we should be steadfast. We are not fighting anybody. There's no fight here. There's no contention. We are just trying to, because of the mistake the other made. According to me, maybe he was not advised. No point to say you want to a point. It's a mistake. That's what we call a mistake. Where did the power go to? So our message that the bank people should remain steadfast. We should be focused. We should ignore the traitors and hand them over to God. That God will change the heart and bring them to the brotherhood fold. In Jesus' name.
Amen. All right, my pastor. Quickly, I would love to ask this question because somebody asked me, and I said I'm going to ask you that I'm not in a very good position on asking these questions. Now, one of the questions is this: he said, why is the black people going to the Igbos? Guys, why it is now they decide to go to the Igbo, to the Igbo people, saying that they are brothers? Is it because of the suspension being given by the Igbo of Benin? That is why we now say, okay, because of the suspension, let's now go to this place. Or we are going there because this is who we are, this is where we come from.
Now, the person who asked this question, I don't really tell you something, let me not go there. Is it now we started speaking Igbo language?
No.
Is it now that all of us were born with Igbo nature and tribe? So what is that young man saying? We are born with our Igbo nature.
Yeah.
Let me even ask you a question. When they divided the state, if not for the evil and their wickedness, if they allow a bank to go with alcohol, we wouldn't have this problem with it. Oh, no. Akpo was in Bender State.
Yes.
Wari was in Bender State. Now, when they divide the all of them left, where is the other saying that we are to be under him? Why not go to Agbo and say Agbo is under him? So they're in another state. So if we have been shared out of now to join our brothers in will it be something our thing? The king of Agbo or the king of England. Can he suspend the king of the Olu? Wari was a part of Bender State. So before we are now make us to be guilty now. That is a crime we are committed for to suppress us. What is the reason? Is it because we are not the only reason why. If the state creation have taken us to better state, we will not be having this what we are having today. Are you getting my point?
Yeah, I can get it.
That is just useful. So when anybody asking question, we have to don't have answers. We have always been able from Kabini show. There have not been contest. Nobody has contested our tribe. So if at this time And we have the right to protest.
Okay.
Hey, do you want to get across?
All right. Interview still continues for a little bit, but maybe we can stop here on that interview unless people still want to listen. If you want to listen, put a thumbs up.
Sorry, is there any way we can like access the entire video? Like, is there a way?
Yeah. You know what? Let me send the link. It's on YouTube, so
Okay.
I'll send the link so everybody can go and watch it.
Yeah,
It's
but
actually a very good interview. Very, very good interview.
yeah,
You know, so
please, I really would want to see the entire video.
yes. And those of you that know how to cut, you can cut and put it on Twitter or Facebook and all that. Let's push it out because it's a very, very, very good interview. The person who interviewed him actually sent just a minute. Okay, so any reactions, any comments anyone has?
Yeah. Let me just say something. Okay, thank you once again for this space. As usual, I always enjoy having to on this space. I think the issue, whenever I hear the situation of instances where Benin people or Edo state governments get to force Igbanke people or like Ika people in Edo state to change their names. Like that sounds very heartbreaking to me. In a way, like the way I analyzed it when I heard it, like to me, it's like a crime. It's a crime against humanity to try to force an identity on somebody, change their identity forcefully. Maybe because somebody mentioned here, maybe they want to get state of origin certificates, and there will always be need for all those things. Throughout your life, throughout your career, you want to get a scholarship, you want to apply for something. There will always be a need to want to get your state of origin certificate when so process they are now stuck and then forced to go and change their name. Like that's really crazy. And I think that is something people, you and other people as well working with normal should really work on. Like if you get to discover anybody that ever made such a mistake, it's still okay for them to change their name to their original roots and who they are or where, because that identity that was given to them is artificial and it's not truly theirs. And it's something that I hold very dear in my heart. Maybe many years down the line, we have to criminalize this, criminalize the act of trying to change people's identity forcefully. It's wrong. Majority of the people who are up here trying to argue whether Benin people or Yoruba people or all of our detractors, not as if they don't know the truth. They know, but they are trying to fly with the agenda. You understand? Some people actually don't know. When in fact most people don't know. Nigerian government deliberately ensured to strip people identity off many of these people so that it would prevent any subsequent succession ideas growing in their minds. It was a deliberate attempt. They did it, consciously. So this is something in my mind, like I see it as a criminal act, sincerely speaking, I really do. And many of them continue to push this agenda very strongly because Since it has come to stay, they are just flying with it. Let's keep pushing. When I saw one Delta State law book where they identified all of the communities across Delta states and gave them their ethnic group, and surprisingly, many people who spoke here talked about Isoko, how they have Igbo, traces and all that. You can definitely see it. Many people made mention of that, and it's true because in the Delta State law, I think I don't know what year I saw it. Somebody a while ago, a long time ago, someone posted it here on Twitter where they showed all of the books. I don't know if I've seen it, but all of the communities across Delta State were classified according to their ethnic, right? And you see there, whether it's say local, they put it there, Igbo, all the communities across Anyoma classified them as Igbo. Then up to north, up to I think almost of half of Isoko, almost half of Isoko community, they classified them as part of Igbo. This is a fact I'm telling you, like it's something that I saw, you know, under Isoko communities. Many of their chiefs and communities were classified under Delta state law as Igbo. So when I began hearing people here speak about it, it was just something I could clearly, because obviously those ones are the ones that are on the ground seeing it for themselves. It surely correlates with information. So if there's nobody that would come here and say that almost every community is completely homogeneous. If you go to Bayelsa, in Bayelsa there are indigenous Urobo community inside Bayelsa, but no Ijo person would ever admit to it. They will always say that Bayelsa is 100% Ijo, that there is nobody else, and there are even those communities there. They are trying to control them to swear their allegiance to becoming Ijo so that they can see development in their areas. It's happening. So today you will come here say this, and if you notice that all of the arguments that goes towards this identity issue is very specifically towards Ika. There is no time they ever bring up arguments that revolves around any other parts of Anyoma. The whole focus Ika, because obviously when you look at the map, you can see how close Benin is to Agbo, and without a doubt, there is a linkage there. So it's understandable, yes, there will be some sprinkle of Benin people there, maybe not. And the culture is also evident. It does not take away their true identity or who they are. That's the reality. And there is there was a family friend of mine, very, very, very close friend of mine, growing up when I was still a child. Growing up, um, we call her Mama Chukuka. Mama Chukuka, Mama Chukuka. That was how we refer to her. Now, I always knew that she was from Edo State, always. But I never could wrap my head around why we were calling her Mama Chukuka. Her first son, her very first son is the Chukuka. You understand? So Mama Chukuka, Papa Chukuka. But I never sat to myself to think, okay, look, why are these people calling their child Chukuka? And so many other of their children, in my own belief was that okay, they are just basically just like Igbo names and all that. And like I said, this woman was very close. Like when I was still really growing up, maybe secondary school, go to her house to spend holiday, spend some time with her kids and all that. But like around that, she passed away. Let me see, like 8 years ago or thereabouts. And even until her death, I didn't know that this woman was from Igbanke. Like I said, she's very close to my parents and her are very close friends. We attended the same church as well. So I never knew. It was maybe like a couple of years after she had even passed away that I later knew that this actually came from Igbanke. And it was when some type of conversation that I had with my mom led to us. When she told me, I was in shock. So it's not, in as much as I know I've never been to Banker physically, but this is just my very tiny experience of how I have seen of an Banker person close to me that I never even knew. Okay, until I've seen many. So the issues I think that we need to address basically is deep and is broad, and we just have to continue to tackle it one after the other. I believe that if we can carry on with this type of, there is really nothing that will stop us from really becoming great people. Because normally, if if everybody is so obsessed about traveling abroad, wanting to leave Nigeria, nobody will eventually grow and develop. There is nothing greater than seeing something that you visualize in your mind. Okay, look, I want the greatness, I want the development of these people, I want us to evolve, and then putting your your hard-earned time, resources, and energy to, and later actually seeing fruits come to light. So the Western world was grown and developed.
About the 30
Yeah,
seconds.
the Western world was developed too by human beings just like us that had a vision. And that same vision is what we need to to our people. So this movement, I know it is here to stay for a fact. And as long as we just continue to stay steadfast to it, I believe definitely um, nothing, the sky will just be the beginning of our journey. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, Mike.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm gonna play the last part just a little bit. Mena and then
Okay. No, you have 20 words. You have 20 words to say, not the last. All right.
I
To see
want
everything.
to put two things.
All right.
One, a God cannot be beneath, and a man can never be beneath. Two, who about help?
Who over you don't have my king. All right. So now, especially one of the things we have noted these days. Number one thing and number one key frame, all of us watching us right now have to know is that a bank cannot be beneath. That is one. You have heard it from our pastor's mouth. Secondly, a banking is not living beneath because of the suspension. We are not doing the because of the suspension being given to our AZs. It's being given to our Bs. We are saying the bank cannot be beneath because that is why we are saying the bank cannot be beneath because we know where we come from, right? You can't get people know where they come from, they know their roots, they are going back to their roots, they are going back to meet their brothers, they have been with their brothers ever since. They know that some people are still dragging them, come this way, come this way. But I believe this is that time where they have to make it clear to everyone out there that this is where we belong, and we are not going back again to where we were before, which is the Benin aspect. That everybody should take note of that. And everyone should also take note that the AC of banking are not a new, they are not cheap. They are not chiefs. They are not dukes. They are not priests. They are not whatever name the Oba of Benin called them to be. They are Eze. That is what we know them as. Right from the one. They are Obi. The only people who call their own kings, Eze and Obi, is also the Igbo people. Meaning we do things in line with the Igbo people. All right? We don't do things in line with Obi. All right? So whatever you're seeing today now is not really start today.
Oba.
You're seeing this start today. The Igbanke no be did not start today. And another thing is that the Benin people know these things. They do that. That is why if an Igbanke man in Benin should speak or should tell a Benin man that I am from Igbanke, what they will say is, Owika. That is what they call the people of Igbanke Benin. Owika. So meaning that they themselves they know it's not some people for their own selfish interests in trying to see back in Benin because of their own selfish interests and because of their own political whatever. Because what they're doing there politically and otherwise is not touching Igbanke. It's not coming down to Igbanke. Igbanke has street light today. Everywhere is shining with street light. Believe me, it is not done by the government. It is being done by the sons and daughters of Igbanke. You can confirm that because I have also confirmed that.
And that's how Igbo develop their community. Indeed, that shows you even that these people are.
Yeah, Jimmy, 1 second.
You know,
okay. I think we can stop the interview here. We can stop it here. Yes. So that's how it was. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
How
Jimmy, we'll
about
come
the
to you.
link? How about the link? You said you-
I've put this. You see this jumbotron speaker? Maybe as a speaker. I hit them up. Can you put it on the jumbotron? I sent it. I put it in the chat. Yeah. Okay.
No, I
You
send it to the jetty now.
do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we do it now.
Okay. Okay. University. My car brother.
Yeah. And Darlene, though, you require you make it, eh?
No.
God bless you.
Aloha.
God bless you. I'm my time with my hand. And you can be blind. Yeah, man.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And teach on it before winning. This Nigerian thing or like a spiritual something. So, money onye ala ọzụzụ abịa nwa or maybe onye we her system is not local. Ale arịkpọ ebe ọrịchi. Ale ahụ ri ebe ahụ before onye were bịa ale ahụ ịda ọbịa. Maka na nkọwa akụkọ ndị ụwa na akụkọ ndị Igbo kwene ndị Igbo with the oldest race, ethnicity. Women were be abahu. Amanagum na maka na ya asụsụ wụla ni asụsụ ndị nke sometimes some words are very difficult. Okay. Oma onu wale kuwa tribe ethnicities. People mix it together. Atake. So edalen ngi nwa ye example for example. Hmm? Mwe ponemu. Ye kale ye onyonye. Nwa ibuzoi ye yale. Hobo yale.
Yes.
Then onye Yoruba abịa okudo huntari na se huntari na n'ihu ukwu nwa nke ibuzo nwe firstborn dey major hunter na like that. Then near no organize well. But meanwhile all are organize well. Oga the tikbo, oga the zuna no well. Then a ball actually no organize one no and then oberi ala ihu nke ibuzo oberi ala ihu nke nwe ibuzo oberi nke huntari. Then ndị okpuma ha obuchi ime mmiri okpuma ndị fọrọ na okpuma ebe a. And ndị ahụ agrabụ ma ihe wechọn wee grabụ. Then they build their own kingdom ebe ahụ. But maka na onye ọbịbịa na-ebịa n'ụwa maka na onwe power, onwe ego, onwe influence, influence ihe ọkaza ka mee ihe anything happen. Then a different narrative. Onye mmụọ mmụọ ọkọwa n'ụwa, je mmụọ nke pụtara na ọkọwa n'ụwa. Then does it mean that onye bụzọ ile family because when the foreigner being wale ahụ na-ekele m mmụọ because na abasaka yime. So young time many sometimes ndị gundi wenyi edale ngwa kizeleze me because nchọ na mmehie because ndị ha giri very stupid ọrịa ghara okay equal Nigeria bịa Nigeria ika right. Yes, for example onye ni ndị Europe ya lejo ndị arejo data right. Data never exist, edo never exist, even they never exist until somebody create it. Yamano. Then ile nwa Nigeria like say ndị mụna ebinelu because any or any sculpture were built to represent the hard work of ancestors or any upgraded machines will produce maybe like a one doing the farm practice they get gari or kwege gari when I came any idea no the thing I go like that.
Oh, wow, that's a great point you're making.
Yeah, then this Nigerian are a lot. Sini ya woba no ore ake ili ahuma iba ore ake elalia ini efa hu efa ndị Portuguese foreign name of the first place. Now this person is slave ndị ake osle ake ndị no ndị ọbịa ebi ala idu ebi ala igodo ndị na-ele ndị idu ndị na-enwe relationship and since we need na ya these people ihe Hausa wee gbugbu ndị na road ebe ahụ thousands of ndị real Edo people they bury them there. That new Benin expressway. I'm telling you the fact. Latonto yaje no escapade roundabout ọgba ọgbọna ndị afọ kwarịsị lewe na-eri recharge card eri phone ihe ndị uwe wepụ kpọpụ afịa ndị ha no excavate thousands of people edike egwe I am ndị nwale today they are serving a fellow human being like them as slaves. This person I find is where he no court no. Okay, yeah, okay, let's say for example, when they never exist until it was created. Who created it? What was the objective? What was the mission? Where the creation of Bende tends to achieve? The creation of Bende tend to achieve the time that they were enforcing the Midwest, something like that. At the same time, they were also pushing a narrative of middle belt. And they were in the middle belt, you know. And again, we have lost land because of our stupidity. When you're behind, who the hell are you to Wandeka?
Oh, wow.
You are not in position to do that. That is an insult. That is even a war crime. There are people like Russia is an also place near Russia. It's like North Korea. In this particular part, it's a KJ Bang and to the extent your neighbors, yes, because in Africa, we are not ready. We are unserious. We are not ready. We don't take things. We try to be politically correct. I look my people. All these things, none of your interest is even in Nigeria. Your interest not
They don't even consult us when they cut us up and down.
Exactly. How many were
What?
consulted when he create the state? A tribe make up the state.
Exactly.
One
You tell
tribe,
them,
the
okay,
man in the anywhere, so language you then HC going.
of course.
The tribe is a state, an ethnicity, an ethnic nationality. It's a nation, it's a country because the country means the land. The
Or even a region. A region can be for the same ethnic group.
people. Now,
Huh?
that,
You know?
that means that region is an ethnic group because it is a nationhood. Inside that nationhood, there are different tribes. What that different tribes is trying to represent is that this is a group of family from the same race. That was the same race that means that these people emanate from a single parent. They have grown large up to this nationhood.
And now in Delta State and also in South and also
Exactly.
in South.
From the region where small point with their narrative of the East West, that was Yoruba trying to take our land. And then Fulani was also using Hausa, taking our land. They call them Middle Belt, just to divide them out of our place. They were preparing for war. They were moving for Islamic invasion. This problem that is happening today, our people saw it long time ago and fought against it. The future they are experiencing today is what those people who fought for Nigeria fought for. And that is what everybody is suffering. You and your brother went to your neighboring country, your neighboring brother in another area to go and discuss the future of your people at Aburi. What will become the fate of your people, how you people are going to work together to build a beautiful nation. Down and not go there, discuss everything was somebody from thousands of miles away from your continent tell you not to agree to that. And then you invade your fellow African, not just your fellow African, your brothers, your boundary, the outside people. They are still, we are not so far. For those of you who think that Nigeria story begins from where your story begins with Nigeria, outside people were not Muslims. Fulani killed them like chicken. The Sultan of Sokoto wiped Sokoto after they finished killing Hausa people. They established the Sokoto Caliphate. The same thing was done in the land of Igodo. Do you hear Igodomi Igodo again? Even Idu, the same people who slaughter Idu people were claiming Idu, and they just to carry people alive because the people who they were fighting for, their colonial master were very powerful, gave them power, gave them influence, gave them land to rule. When Bende was split, he gave birth to what they call Delta. This name, nobody answers it. The name of our land and name of people, the name of the first inhabitant of that particular. Then you divide Bende. Meanwhile, when you are dividing Bende, there are people, families living inside this Bende. So if you divide Bende now, you now cut part of Orubo, cut part of Eka, cut part of Fashion, or cut all these people, cut Sakwafema, cut them into one region and say that they are two. Does it mean that Afema people are no longer who they are? Does it mean that Eka people are no longer who they are? Then you will carry microphone because the media gave you the access. Then you now go online and start telling the world that Igbanke was conquered. Nobody conquered Igbanke. And the fact Edo had never conquered Edo and Igbanke had their family. They had no reason to fight against Eka. Eka joined Igodomi people to fight against the invasion. It was because of Eka and so many other people that the land grabbing didn't exist where it is And Igbanke is not the only Ika land that was caught inside Edo State. And cutting them inside here was wrong because there is no state. In Nigeria, when people like us say there is no country, sometimes people tend to misunderstand it because of the people and the land. The Nigeria as a state cannot be well defined as a country because it does not practice religion. There is tribalism because the tribes that were supposed to be state are not state, and a lineage system is created that causes crisis between neighbors, between families. Cut your land, join another people. Those ones that are there, they are more in population in that area. They begin to consider you as a minority in your own father's land and begin to oppress you and rule you. And while they are ruling you monarchically, they also have another system of government that they call democracy government. And they also have another government that they call Christian religious system, which was a former European government. They confused everybody. So what is that? I don't know if there is something that will happen to us, if there is infection. Maybe there's a spec. Of course, there must be a spec for somebody to come from another place to create something. There should be a spec that makes it work because I don't think this is ordinary hand. That somebody come, he creates it, he creates something, and all of a sudden we start killing each other. The deaths that we never see before, we now see them in one time. When you even tell your brother the truth, of course, Namde cannot say that when you are telling somebody the truth, especially somebody who has been demeaned, if you give him the whole thing at once, he will just kill you. Then after maybe 10, 20 years or 2 years, he remember you, oh, this was what this guy was fighting for. I wish he's still here, but you have killed him. If you check the history of Africa, now there is a youth revolutionary movement going in Africa. Did you see Nigerians? They are found missing. Even in Edo State, where people are supposed to ginger for the change, there's some of their king are saying that they move to protest in favor of Abraham Trump, that they will all be dead. I laugh.
Is that true?
Of course, I saw the news. I saw it on the headline. I saw it on TikTok. So Igbanke is a car, and then the car won Digbo 100%. I know that when we are talking sometimes, some of these guys when they do interview, they say the way Kendi Igbo dey and Mexican Igbo dey. Even Igbo kills the Mexican Igbo dey. Igbo man, nothing is going to look. If you don't know why Nigerians are suffering and running away from it, is because our land is a stolen ground and made to Nigeria. And we are suffering from our lost identity that was removed from the map. And no young person is making tangible research to actually find out. And nobody is questioning the so-called Nigeria. Why did you remove history from the academic curriculum? Why you don't teach it? Because if you teach history, the people you are calling Edo State, they will turn against themselves. First of all, they will turn their Oba. If they know what those families have done to Edo people, if they know what many people know, they will go after him. I'm telling you. But unfortunately, people that their forefathers suffered are worshipping this same man. They will even kill you. And why did he have that power? Because he betrayed our land and gave up our land to foreigners to take over. And when we try to fight to liberate ourselves, Oba Kenzwa was the one that received call from the British High Commissioner that led to this future that many people are suffering today. But his son never stopped. His son is trying to enslave people in their own land. He has places occupying and calling it Benin. They can't stay there. They tell you that the Benin, ancient Benin kingdom. Forget about those things you are reading on Google and Wikipedia. They have posted there. Those are fake history. If I tell you the history of the kingdom, it was not Benin. And that particular kingdom was the entrance of. You can ask the.
In West State, we don't want to go to Biafra here, Biko. No,
Yeah, Lapo history. This is the fact.
I know what
Somebody was
when
and people are paying the price. People are suffering, and if you hold the identity of your forefathers and said that the life that they have lived is meaningless, meanwhile you are reading the country you are at the land, because you know the history of that country. You know
yeah,
great men
I
and
want
women
to
of that
focus.
place. And if you
Yeah, I
go
want
to
to
the city
focus on
centers,
this.
you see things.
Dodo, let's just
I'm
keep
on
that side.
Ellen Jack on that side.
No,
Again,
okay.
instance. So, well, I think easy. Because some people were listening to LND, no LND, no LND cassette, no with their book. So Nabo is older than.
Oh, that one, those are
I don't
confused.
understand. How can your
Okay,
child be older than his father?
then don't carry more confusion. Oh, I don't know what we're gonna do about this.
It doesn't media. The other one was saying that Igbanke was conquered. How can Igbanke be conquered when Nigeria was created? How can it be conquered when Edo was created in 1991? I don't understand. You create this thing, you caught these people inside that state. You people did this in order to destabilize our land. Ndị ka my ihe nchegbu nke ugwu ndị ka siri very conscious. Ndị niile na-alụ agha ndị they have never defeated Ika people in battle. Many Ika people don't know this, but they have. When the Igbo coup, Igbo coup, when many ndị Yoruba zọ akpọmawa Igbo coup, ndị ka n'ime that coup. So which one will ihe nyinyi Igbo? Then which one will exploit from you? Yelezi onye Igbo. So na ịwa na-enya dodoni. Ndị Igbanke, my hand dey up for now. We are one family, we are Igbos. Igbo means the ancient people, the oldest people in the Gulf of Guinea. And we can never ever lose any of our identity again. For whose interest is that? Is somebody's this particular plot is somebody's interest. But that person will fail. And if they have to kill us, let it be that they kill. Let us all of us die once. If we have to lose our identity or lose our land for anything, we have to stick together like brooms, strong together. And all the enemies of our future, the enemies of our land, they will fall. Thank you, Darlene. I wanted to quickly say this to everyone, and I couldn't.
Thank
But
you.
thank you, Darlene. I love you. You are a very great woman, and if we are successful, the future we might remember you for all this job.
Amen. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, my brother. No. All right. Okay. So, Olengala, you have your hands up. Are you there?
Yeah, my sister uh, is called Olengalaba.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the full name.
Olengalaba.
All right.
that is what
Go
I
ahead.
call the branches of the Igbo.
All right. Good. Go ahead.
I think must be happy. I'm very, very indeed what we're doing today. Because I'm say thank you to you because I'm this and what you are doing is actually beautiful. Uh, Indeed, I know that our ancestors will want you for what you are doing because you are trying to unite their children together. It's not an easy. So in all you do, you must be. I don't know your real name, whoever you are, you must be blessed. So one thing I want to put to our brothers and sisters here tonight is we should never allow our enemies to rule over us. They are scared of who we are. They are scared of what we can do. So that is why they are doing what they are doing. Listening to my brother at university, you know, my first time listening to him because it's my blood. I always admire his words and his ideals and everything. And in this, I must learn to make it clear. You see, the enemies, they want to do, they want to stop us. They are scared. They're indeed scared of who we are. They are indeed scared of what we can do in our community. That's the main reason why I'm against it. And I don't think we should give them that chance to achieve that they want to achieve. As long as before anything, before anything, I must put it this way: before you become anything, any tribe in Africa, as long as Africa exists, before you become any tribe in Africa, one, you are an ancient person. We, the ancient people, they call us Ndebo, but Ndebo, we represent nothing, nothing but that is ancestral land. The ancestral land has been the thing that we have been representing long, long, long to this date. We are the OB. We are the OB of our race. And that OB of race that we are, there's nothing in this life that can change it. There's nothing that can change it. That we are is who we are. You know, whenever when university try to mention about you go against, it's like you don't want anything there for but
Dodo, la, Uncle Biafra, Dodo, please, I beg.
no. I'm trying to
Okay.
we can't go far from that. It's who we are. Even before the existence of Nigeria, before the existence of British, Biafra has been there. It's just that the Portuguese call it Biafra. We are the OB of our race. That is Biafra. And that thing that we are is what we remain, and that is what we remain. And there's nothing that can
Oh, no. University, I don't like what you are doing. I said, don't want to talk about Biafra. Don't do.
no.
Wait, Uncle Biafra, I beg.
Forgive me. But you see, all these people that is trying to change that we are, they are scared of us. And indeed, they are scared of us. When you go deep, then you may be able to understand why they are scared of us. But going deep is not why it's not what I'm going to talk in tonight because I don't want to take time. We I'm happy that the
Igbanke people have risen and said, we are e- we are ancient. We are ancient. We are the descendants of Jesus Biafra. We are one of the sons of Obiafra. We are the one of the 9 children of Obiafra. We are 9 children of Obiafra. 3 together and we become 7. And we will remain who we are. And there is nothing in this world that can change who we are. We have been praying, those of us who have found out who we are from the beginning, or those of us who have found earlier before this date, we have been asking ourselves, please open the eyes of the others so they may know who we are. And today, see, time will come when the ones from the Pharaoh will come up and say, we are the Igbos. Those from the Cross River will come up and say, we are the Igbos. It's who we are. There is nothing that can change us. Bayelsa will wake up and tell you we are Igbos because we are Igbos. You know in your father's house today, your father may have 24 children or 50 children. But the first one we inherit that house. Others will leave. That is how it will be. And that will be the party that unites kingdom, that finally unites 7 kingdom because 3 join together. And that 3 are joined together. For those of you who believe in Christianity, you see that they've always the door of Christ, they will put the 3 doors at the back, and one will be ahead, or one will be that is that 3 kingdom that brought us together. The only thing I've been listening, today is not my first time coming. I've been listening to you, I've been listening, and I'm hearing people talking, and I'm very, very happy because finally we are working. The light is working. The light is, the problem we have, we don't know the connection that brought light to the earth. We follow the technology of the Europeans and we lost everything. The ideology of the Europeans is what brought to our lands. If not the ideology of the Europeans, that would not be called Benin. The Benin that existed after the Europeans had come and left. But many do not understand it. They are people parading themselves, calling themselves, they are the kings, they are this, they are that, they are that, they are this, they are that. It's because we lost. We forget who we are. We forgot it all.
We're gonna round up 30 seconds, please.
I'm going there. So, what I'm trying to say is, thank every one of you who really understand who we are. You are working towards it. And as long as you're working towards it, you must be rewarded. They can talk anything they like, they can try to change things, they can try to bring stories and blah, 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 blah. This is our time, and this is our time to reign. And we must surely rise. So, my brothers and sisters, as long as your ancestors speak the same language with me, even if you come, as I'm talking to you, I come from Imo. In that Imo that I come from, there are so many languages here that even me that come from there, I didn't understand all the languages. They need to correct me before I understand their language. But as long as everything, our culture, our tradition is the same, we are one people. And we should respect that and know that we are the 7 kingdom that make a ancestral land that we are called Ndembo of today. We should all
Thank you.
respect it. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Okay. Who else wants to speak? I see Ken and Jimmy. Think tank. Okay. So I'm gonna give a final word, which is, thank you everyone for joining this space today. It's very, very important that we are able to come here and share with each other, talk about what happened with Igbanke or what has been happening. It's still ongoing, as the spokesman said, in his interview. And for everyone who's supporting Igbanke, it's just you guys don't know how this means, how much this means to all Sika people. When we first of all raised the alarm, what was going on, the way everybody jumped in, the people sort of identified with the Igbanke people. When Igbanke people came out and spoke clearly, the whole Igbo nation rallied around them and, really made us uh, so happy, that something touches one of us, it touches every one of us. And this is how you know that you are the same people. When something is happening to you, you're one of your people, and others feel the same pain, they feel it, and then they step in one way or the other. So I want to thank Hanize for stepping in quite quickly, identify with Igbanke people. But really, Igbanke people have shown a lot of bravery. It's not easy. I think when you've been pushed to the wall and there's nowhere to go, you just have to bounce back. You just have to bounce back. We're not people that we continue to remain in subjugation for so long. People don't hear the stories coming out from Igbanke and all of the Igbo speaking communities in Edo State. I think now is the time to start hearing the stories. There's a lot of story. I hear them. All of our people hear them, but it's not out there in the mainstream. And again,
That's
I
why
mean,
it's very interesting, Darling, that people tell their story themselves. Other
yes.
people are not allowed to tell your stories except you are
Mm-hmm.
telling the story that other tell or root for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Exactly. So with Igbanke people speaking and talking about their story, people can actually connect, to it. And I'm so happy as well that the movement for unification of Igbo people in the normal area is not led by those from the southeast. It's us. We are the ones that are pushing it. So if you're looking for people that are doing it, I'm one of them. Okay. We'll come on to space once in a while, but there's a lot of work going on ground. We haven't started yet. We're still scratching the surface of the great things that we have. We're planning for our own people. We need to be able to be united. We cannot continue this division. And this division does not serve us. It serves the interest of others. And for those who think that, okay, the Igbo lands are the ones that we want to annex, they don't fail. As long as we have this new generation, we're not taking nonsense. We're putting our leaders, our community leaders, our heads, our kings, we're putting them. In fact, they're not resting. They cannot rest, right? They cannot rest because we can see. And for those people that were fighting before, and now they are fighting themselves, I just entertain myself when I watch them because they were fighting me. Oh, Ikanke is Ika is not Igbo. Ika is not this. Ika is not that. Today, when they saw the letter from the Benin Council saying that they are not even Ika, their eyes can't pop open. They can't begin to fight each other. In fact, one of them said, "Oh, we're only hyping Benin because of Igbos." I don't know if he's really an Ika person, but he was pretending to be one. You know, you see, all of their lies came crumbling down, and now they are fighting each other. Even the ones that were pushing the Benin identity on top of us are now fighting. And I realize that some of them are even extra fighting the Benin. Like, we don't need all of this drama. We're coming out to just say our bit, which is our identity. Igbanke people have come out, spoken well, and it's really us listening. This is what they are saying. This is what they are saying. This is the marginalization they feel. They don't
Quick,
want
can I
to.
ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
All those other Asian people and all those other tribes that groups inside those states, did they accept the slavery that these people are trying to push to Ika people, or they just decided that they are subject to the palace? Because I know that these people they may have their own king, and
Yes,
the original palace is still there. I don't know if you know about Ogiame.
yes, I know. See, the Asian people are not part of this Edo South. The problem that Igbanke people are having is under this Edo South. Asian people have their own. I think they have some sort of more freedom. I don't think they have complete freedom, but they have more freedom.
Their original king was killed. Another one was
Oh, oh, we see. I don't know this. You see, these are the issues. So, but they are not directly. I mean, because those people in Edo South now are mostly Igbo community. Of course, you have the two local governments, I believe, that are Moredo and one other one. But then you have Igbanke there, the whole lot of that's Oriomo. Oriomo local government has a lot of Ika communities. Has a lot of Ika communities. Maybe just one or two or few other communities like Edo communities, I think. But the Igbanke community and all the like this. I think I give a list for those who were not here. I give a long list about of the Ika community. I think somebody posted them in the Jumbotron or one of the chats. Right? We have a lot of them. But our focus really, because we don't want to extend ourselves, our focus is really on Igbanke. Igbanke are the ones that come out to cry out marginalization, cry out that their kings are being deposed, removed, which Oba doesn't have the ability to do or the power to do that. So that's the thing. So basically, join the movement, help us whatever way you can. If you're into media, if you know how to do all these graphic designs, or you create artworks or whatever it is that we can use to push out information as much as possible, you can hit me up on the DM. We need to be able to cut out some of our videos and put them out. We are going to do our all out. Because in June, we're having a conference. Yes, in the middle of June. We'll announce that very soon. Where we're hopefully getting all traditional leaders all from all over Ika and on Neoma lands. We're also going to the National Assembly to present some of our documents. So that's more on that to come. So, as many people that want to join us to help whatever way you can, and you can message me. You can link you up with the guys on ground. But yeah, this idea of unification of Igbo people must be done. It's an act that we must do for us, for our future generation. Some other places where they don't suffer this identity crisis, and they don't have this problem. Some other regions, but we are suffering this, and we don't people that can actually resolve it ourselves. So we're taking on that task as much as we can to communicate with all our communities, reach out to all our people who are, calling out for help. Igbanke people, I'm so happy that they have been able to speak out. The job is just starting. Hopefully, we can get the boundary adjustments we need, have them into a local government, or have them into mostly into the Anima State. That's one of our biggest projects. Anima State creation is going to happen. That's our prayer. So I want to thank everybody for being part of this space today. Final word: Igbanke is not Benin. I've heard it multiple times here. Igbanke is not Benin. Igbanke is Igbo. They have spoken it themselves. They've said it, and it has been spoken. There is nothing exchanging it. We're not part of those who go and beg. All those people that going to go and beg, that's their business. They may have been appointed and they're going to go and beg, whatever. Okay, people are not going to do that. They are not. We are not one of those that go and beg at all. Somebody that they did not somebody did not appoint us. We're not going that didn't appoint our kings. We're not going there to go and beg. for anything. The freedom has started and will continue to work to ensure that they're completely liberated from all the strongholds and all the enemies. And for those people who keep trying to push the narrative with what is being, you're going to get tired because you cannot change an identity of people that you don't even know about. You in your community, nobody comes to you and tell you you're not what you are. You can proudly display your identity without any fear, without any problem. They say I'm proud this local man, or I'm proud of local man. But then you don't want other people to be proud of who they are. That one are witchcraft now, isn't it? I'm proudly Asian, I'm proudly Isoko, I'm proudly Benin, I'm proudly Yoruba, I'm proudly whatever. But then you see somebody who's Zika that says they are proudly, Igbo. That's what we are. You're concerned. I don't understand that. So please, just mind your business. Focus on one ethnic group. We're not you, you're not us. We're in the same country, we share the country, but we cannot share the same identity. You don't have a right to speak in our matters. And I'm so happy that this stage was mainly with Igbanke, Eka people, and Yoma, as we carried on along the conversation. Of course, we had some of our brothers from the southeast and other people that are not even Igbo, you know. It's a great conversation. So thank you, everyone. We're closing the space now, and I wish you the wonderful rest of the night, good rest of the night, and next time, see you again.
La la la.